Do you think you know every new and upcoming simulation game that's worth keeping an eye on? Well, let's put that to the test because it's time for my ultimate mega list of simulation games. Now, with over 2,500 upcoming and in-development simulation games, this is just the top percent. Despite how this might seem like everything, it's really not. And I've got tons of categories breaking this down. Do check the description for time codes and sections to help you find what you're looking for. Let this be the ultimate simulation games reference for you for the foreseeable future. Now, there's a bunch of simulation games that I can at best call logistics simulation games, where it's mainly about moving resources around and managing a system to control this environment. And there's a number of games that really fit into this category more than any other, so let me go through some logistic simulators. Transport Fever 3. This is a transport tycoon game, which is supposed to be bigger and better than ever compared to its previous games, and more dynamic as well. You build routes and transform the world across land, sea, and sky using technologies spanning a century in terms of what transport options you could build. So this is a game about creating logistical networks across the various types of transportations that you can master, and the world is supposed to be fully simulated as well. Every citizen that lives in this world has a home, a job, and places to go. Every building, from grocery store to steel mill, depends on your network to survive, and the cities will grow as you serve their needs across the various types of environments: temperate valleys, alpine slopes, desert plains, tropical islands. The world around you, or rather the civilization around you, will react to how well or unwell your constructions go. Now, this is of course super hyped because it's the third entry in the series and the previous games were very positively reviewed. The first game got over 9,000 user reviews at 82% positive. The second game blew up much bigger. 24,000 user reviews at almost 90% positive. Transport Fever 2 was a massive success, so now, of course, the anticipation for Transport Fever 3 is off the charts. It is set for a 2026 release, and if you're into transport tycoons, this one is looking to be a very promising one, but it does have a reputation to live up to now, and hopefully, it can not just live up to it, but surpass it. This one might look a little familiar. It's called Craftlings, and this one did actually fully release right at the start of 2026. And it is obviously inspired by a legendary classic from the 90s, it's Lemmings, but this does have some interesting take to it. It's got this nostalgic pixel art aesthetic to try and do a bit of a throwback, and you'll be gathering, delivering, building, and fighting for wealth and glory in a nostalgic world. It's full of strategic decisions, and it'll be testing your skills to optimize the production chains and the craftlings paths and all of this little intricacies of a resource logistics simulation type of game. And you are generally shepherding. You're trying to rein in and control this mass of people, being the craftlings, and you need to guide them to build what they should be building and surviving in this world. There's a bunch of resources to collect, and your craftlings can have different professions: lumberjacks, stonemasons, miners, warriors, and there's various different distinct biomes across the world, vegetation, lots of buildings to build, specific endgame objectives, and you can just mess around with the systems to have fun in this modern-day pixel art take on a classic 90s game. It is fully released, and it does have very positive user reviews, floating between 85 to 90% positive after just a few hundred. So this is a bit more of a niche success, but for those who have been jumping into craftlings, I think they are getting what they're expecting for the most part. Now, this is not a city building game, but you do build cities, or you place cities, kind of. County of Fortune is kind of a city builder, but it's actually calling itself a region builder or a county builder, where the region or county has a bunch of cities and towns in it, and you place and nurture and grow those cities within the county, which is an interesting take. It's kind of, think of like Transport Tycoon, where you build these trains and then the little cities around there build up as you develop the region. It's kind of like that, but instead of focusing on the trains, you're focusing on the cities and towns themselves. So I don't call this a city building game, although you technically do place cities and then they grow up. And the map is important here with all the resources and the districts and the economy and the development. It's an interesting take to the building sim genre, and I think I would just generally call this a kind of logistical game because there's all these resources and moving of resources and stuff. We haven't seen too much of County of Fortune, but they are planning for an early access release in 2026. Once it enters early access, we'll see how it's received and approached by most people. If it's got a good start, then this could then become something at least a little bit different from the other builders out there. And then we have a game that I have actually personally been watching for quite some time. It's called Nova Patria. This is a premise where it's as if the ancient Roman Empire never fell and just continued into somewhat modern times. This is calling itself a steampunk Roman colony sim, and this is city building / resource management / logistical construction. So again, maybe not a pure city builder. At first glance, you might think this is just some little indie thing, but there's a lot of cool ideas here. And the developer has been developing this for a number of years, for a while, and they've got a publisher now, and it's looking for some kind of release date in Q1 2026. There is a demo for this as well, so you can just jump in and try it for free and see if this is one that you want to be keeping an eye on. But it does have this, I mean, the premise itself, it's a Roman city builder, but it's not an ancient Roman city builder, but it's not an Italian city builder. It is a Roman city builder / colony sim / logistical management resource game, but it is set in industrial times. The premise alone might be enough to hook you into this game, and it does give Transport Tycoon vibes with a bit more direct construction of the buildings around your networks as well. Overall, this might not be to your tastes visually, as it is a bit more of a simple art style, but it is an indie game, and when it comes to these sorts of games, the mechanics are where it really counts. So we will see if Nova Patria can continue from its current free demo into a proper, more successful, more complete release in 2026. For a purely traffic simulation game, Junxions. This is the traffic simulation that many people would probably want in their urban modern set city builders, but this is not a city building game. This is a traffic engineering game, where in Junxions, you are just designing the traffic of a city. You use careful planning to build roadways, railways, and walkways, and construct these complex interactions between all of these different modes of transportation, using your management tools and building creativity. The really impressive thing here is how it can generate various roundabouts and simulate the traffic based on pretty free-form construction of roads and rails. You can just pretty much build any kind of traffic setup you like, and the traffic flows through it in a pretty much realistic way, as far as I can see anyway. It's mixing creativity and science of traffic, and it is also built for modding. So this is going to be launching with its base features, but the community, if it rallies around this game, could bring Junxions to a much higher level. Now, whether this all does simulate things correctly, we'll have to wait and see for when it releases, which will be sometime in 2026. But if it's doing just traffic, it should do it well, because it's just doing the one thing. It better do it well, otherwise what's the point? And we've seen that it can be pretty crazy. Maybe this will someday expand into a city builder of sorts, but for now, Junxions is going to be a traffic sim for the foreseeable future. I do want to mention a couple really long-term in-development games. First, there's Voxel Tycoon. This is a management sim which at first glance might seem to be a lot about trains, but it's a resource management sim where you're mining resources and processing them into goods in your factories, and you set up supply chains, and there's passenger routes, and you have this huge fleet of trains, trucks, and buses, and you turn small towns into prosperous megacities based on your economy. So this does play a lot like Transport Tycoon Deluxe, but Voxel Tycoon has been one that we've been watching for many, many years. It's been in early access since 2021, with the original early access window being supposed to be 2 years. Well, they've blown way past that, but it is still getting development updates and improvements over time. So Voxel Tycoon, it's still going. I thought I should share that with you. And similarly, there is also Mashinky. This one has been in early access since 2018, so we're approaching a decade now. And this is also a transport strategy management game that originally was mostly about trains, but the game has been slowly expanding over time, where there's now new road vehicles and updates changing and expanding the logistics management here to be more than just trains. It's still a lot about trains, but it's not just about trains, and it's more kind of like, again, in that Transport Tycoon approach where it's becoming more all-encompassing when it comes to the vehicles in your, well, under your command. This one does also have a free demo at the time of recording, and it's probably just going to be having that. Full release was originally planned for 2022. It's not happened. So just again letting you know that Mashinky is still in development and being updated. Then we have business tycoon games. These are simulation games which deal with money and trying to profit and running a business and growing these businesses so that you can found and manage your ultimate economical empire. Getting wet is Aquapark Tycoon. This is a water park simulation tycoon game where you're designing and customizing water slides, pools, saunas, and all other liquid attractions. You're using your creativity and also business acumen to not just express yourself creatively, but also you need to make money, because that's what tycoon games are about. You gotta attract customers to your park and have them splish splash their cash into your pocket. Now, there are various water attractions. Obviously, slides are a big thing. Pools, of course, that's an obvious one. Saunas are an interesting addition, but there's also co-op gameplay. Now, that's a bit different. There's a co-op gameplay mode where you can join forces with other tycoons and build and manage the most extravagant water parks the world has ever seen by strategizing together and dividing up your management duties to optimize your park. Usually tycoon games like this don't have co-op multiplayer mode, so that's an interesting addition. Now, there is also staff management, as you've got to keep your lifeguards and other workers and members of staff paid and doing their jobs. And there's also various scenarios which you can face as challenges. Now, this one is planning for a release in 2026, but at the time of recording, there is also a free demo that you can try out. So for Aquapark Tycoon, you can try it yourself and see if this is one you want to dip your toes into. And then there's Magic Forge Tycoon. Here you are an arms dealer in a fantasy world. You're making enchanted weapons and fulfilling contracts, which will then influence wars and shape kingdoms around you in this magical world. You are mastering the forge, upgrading your gear, and using alchemy to turn resources into weapons of magical destruction, and you become the realm's most mythic weaponsmith. So you are crafting basically in this business tycoon game. You are taking weapon patterns, fine-tuning the settings, applying enchantments, and refining the quality to try and create the most perfect weapons that you possibly can. But of course, you can't go straight to the best weapons in the world. You gotta start from scratch and turn that unrefined ore into masterpieces by expanding and upgrading your workshop in the sky. As you are, of course, in this world, your workshop is floating on islands in the sky, amongst the clouds. You are dealing with economy and trading as well, because you're buying and selling materials on a dynamic market that is influenced by said wars and alliances and resource scarcity So the world you are influencing with your creations, the world itself will then influence your creations. And that's an interesting world loop and feedback that will actually make this a bit deeper than it might seem at first glance. Because the wars and politics that you are influencing by fulfilling those contracts, well, that's going to come back and affect you. You are not an island. Well, you're on islands, but you are not an island in this conflict-filled realm. Anyway, it sounds very interesting, and although it looks at first glance that it might be a bit more of a simple thing, there might be some depth to this one. It is releasing early on in 2026, so Magic Forge Tycoon, it's going to be playable for most of the year, and it might be the approach to Tycoon business management that you are most into. Frontier Developments has announced that they're working on Planet Zoo 2. This is a recent announcement, so we don't have any real hard evidence or statistics or confirmation of specifics at this time. But Planet Zoo, if you don't know, it's a theme park simulation game where you are building up a zoo and managing animals. And it might sound a bit soon, considering how Jurassic World Evolution 3 from Frontier just released. But if you see Planet Coaster 2 released towards the end of 2024, then Jurassic World Evolution 3 released towards the end of 2025, it does seem to follow their one game a year plan that they've been following, where Planet Zoo 2 could be Q4 2026. The announcement video that they put out does heavily suggest 2026 for Planet Zoo 2, and that means that this is probably one of the most, if not the most hyped simulation game for 2026, but we'll have to see if it really is a 2026 game and what people think about this moving forward. But I thought I should mention Planet Zoo 2 is on the way, maybe for the end of 2026. Then I'm gonna mention one that people always remind me of, Big Ambitions. We have listed this before, and it is continuing through early access with very positive user reviews, over 90% positive. People really do enjoy Big Ambitions. This is a role-playing business sim, as it calls itself, and you play this character, an entrepreneur in New York, and you're opening small businesses and manufacturing plants and various things like that as you slowly build up your corporations as you see fit. This is an overall business sandbox, and you're growing any business you like in the city. It can be a single shop, a chain of fast food restaurants, a huge corporation, or you could do a web design business, all sorts of things. You are a business magnate here. And the whole promise here is that it is super in-depth. You can take loans, rent buildings, design the logo, renovate the store. You gotta acquire stock, you gotta manage your money, you gotta deal with staff, you gotta build your own infrastructure. This is business from the ground up, but it is also a life sim kind of game where you need to play this character. You need food, you need to manage your own home, you have to have a refrigerator to store that food. It's life sim plus business tycoon management. It's living your corporate dream, I guess it is, but how you want to live it. So obviously the promise and expectations here are huge. So far, going through early access, which it entered earlier on in 2023, is going well. People do enjoy it. The initial estimate was to spend up to 2 years in early access before its full release. We have now passed that mark, and we're now approaching 3+ years. But there are signs that it is planning for a full release, and that is something that is quite plausible for Big Ambitions in 2026. Blacksmith Master is kind of a business tycoon sim where you are running a medieval smithy, and you supervise the entire process from mining ores and gems to designing and selling finished products. You forge everything from weapons and armor to tools and cooking utensils to fund your craft, all in the aims of becoming a master of blacksmithing and running this forge from the ground up and mastering the crafting process. Not just yourself, but all of your crew as well. Different blacksmiths you hire will have different skills that you need to cultivate and manage, and you're really running this business of getting all of this forged stuff out to clients and the public. Now, at first glance, this does just look like another little indie game, but it's not. It actually is in early access with very positive user reviews at the time of recording at about over 80%. Recent reviews are over 90% positive. So people have really been enjoying Blacksmith Master since its early access release in May 2025. And they are loosely targeting 2026 for a full release. It is having some performance updates and improvements recently, with more content being added as well. So a 2026 release window is a fair enough assessment and estimation right now. But if you like the theme of blacksmithing, then this Tycoon sim building crafting game might be the one for you. Building a business empire on the go is Food Truck Empire. This is an economic strategy tycoon game where you are managing your own fast-growing food truck enterprise. You have to deal with dishes, automate production, and customize your trucks, and you can also research new tech to improve your mobile food business. Now, this is one that I've actually been watching for a while, and it's been coming along, but I'm listing it now for 2026 because there is a free demo now, and it seems to actually be coming together. So there is a big possibility for Food Truck Empire to release in 2026, but you can just try the demo now and see if this is one that you want to hop on with. You are a chef, a boss, and an emperor as you are trying to get food to the people in the most effective and efficient way possible. The automation aspect is kind of interesting, where you are trying to make sure things flow in the confined spaces of a truck to make sure things are manufactured and processed and delivered as appropriately as they should be. But you can also compose your own dishes and create your own styles, not just for the truck, but for the food as well, as you try and satisfy your clientele and just succeed as best as possible to dominate this city by getting as many 5-star reviews as possible. But you're not alone. You are competing with rival businesses and other trucks that may want to not let you win so easily. So you can't just go around growing forever. You gotta deal with the competition. We'll see if you can do that. Anyway, Food Truck Empire, we have been watching it for a while. It is now playable in some form, and a release is plausible over the next year. Mars Attracts. I cannot believe this brand has something new. Who could have guessed a Mars Attacks game would be made today? And as a theme park sim as well. Mars Attracts is a simulation game where you build an attraction on Mars, hence the name, filled with human-themed curiosities to cure the monotony of Martian life. Like in a zoo-styled builder, you'll be constructing detailed enclosures, managing staff, and most importantly, don't you forget to abduct and experiment on humans for the entertainment of your alien guests. Well, I guess from this perspective, the humans are the aliens? Theme park sims are a constantly popular type of game, but visually this one does look a bit simpler. However, the theme alone, if executed rightly, could be enough of a hook by itself for us nostalgic gamers. Does this mean we gotta rewatch the old movie before jumping in? Probably not, but it might help with getting into the game, as it has been a long time since. There's been a free demo on Steam, so you can hop in for a quick look. Otherwise, Mars Attracts is going into early access, and it's planning to be in early access for up to 12 months. Which, if they stick to that, it'll be 2026 for a full release, but you can begin building your human exhibition much sooner. And then for a big name in the Tycoon genre, Tavern Keeper. Now, for full transparency, Tavern Keeper did sponsor us in the past, but this one is highly anticipated because it's by Green Heart Games, and if you don't know that name, they're the ones that did Game Dev Tycoon, which is a game from 2013, and it was massively popular. About 40,000 user reviews on Steam at 95% positive, Game Dev Tycoon was a viral hit. Now, Tavern Keeper is their new game, and it's supposed to be a cozy, chaotic management sim but they really do bring a lot more to this game this time around. So you are managing Tycoon, but you are also building up your tavern, and there's a few things that I think I should point out here. So first of all, you are managing the business in the Business Tycoon way. You buy ales and food ingredients, and you serve your customers with drinks and stuff from the kitchen. But the customization is where Tavern Keeper kind of sets itself apart. You can not only customize your own furnitures, objects, items to really design your own stuff in an item object editor, which then you can share with the community as well. You can really customize everything in that regard. You can also customize dishes and the foodstuffs from the ingredients you can import. And then your tavern itself can be customized with all of this stuff as well. Now, besides that, there is also this very elaborate and developed narrative system where there's a storyteller which does voice acting and everything, and they bring you through a story of your business, expanding through the different regions. There's a lot of story beats and narrative elements. There are dialogue choices which you can then make and sometimes succeed and sometimes fail, but the game kind of tells you that failure is not a bad thing, it just takes the story down a different way, but there is a bit of a reroll system as well. So there's a lot to Tavern Keeper. Now, visually, the thing that kind of threw people off a little bit are the lack of arms, which is a cartoony approach, but I guess it solves some animation problems. I mean, it's a bit of a weird look, but you get used to it, and so far, Tavern Keeper has been going through early access with 95% overwhelmingly positive user reviews on Steam. So it entered early access and people are loving it. They're planning to stay in early access for up to a year, so they are aiming for a 2026 full release. So far, Tavern Keeper looks to be maybe one of the best Tycoon games upcoming right now. Going a bit more commercial, Hotel Architect. Designing and building a hotel set in the middle of metropolis across the world. Your job here also involves managing the chaos of catering to demanding guests and dealing with logistical nightmares. Hotel rooms, services, spas, conference rooms, pools, and more are up to you to construct, and it's a Tycoon game, so profit is a priority. There's a career mode if you like the campaign style, but of course a game like this has sandbox mode as well. Either way, your cozy or complex accommodation will be judged by hospitality reviewers, and keeping those visitors along with your staff happy is going to be key to scoring those stars. Hotel Architect entered early access in the middle of the year to a few hundred but very positive user reviews so far. We're talking over 90% positive. So for those who have been taking up the mantle of hotel owner, have been enjoying their time. Updates are regular enough for its beginning. Having said that, it's also aiming for up to 12 months in early access, so 2026 at the earliest for a full release if you prefer to wait before checking in. For a smaller indie early access game, there's The Boss Gangsters Nightlife. Now, this is a game that kind of reminds me of the old Gangland game, where you are running a gang, you're ruling the city, and you run various businesses within this city, whether it's a nightclub or various other economic solutions that your enterprise may or may not officially be dealing with. You know, chop shops, bars, clubs, stuff like that. So you're managing your club, but you also got to manage your gang, and there are gang wars as well, because there's rivals and stuff in the city. There's a corruption system, there's RPG mechanics, and there's also a bit of a life sim kind of GTA approach to doing things as well. But there's prestige and unlocks, there's a dynamic economy, and generally you're just trying to rule this city from the shadows. But maybe you get a bit of a name for yourself as well. Now, this one did enter early access towards the end of 2025 to a handful of user reviews on Steam, but they are very positive, over 80% positive right now at the start of early access. So The Boss Gangsters Nightlife has a decent enough start, but where this goes in the future, we'll have to see how it goes through early access which they are aiming for around 1 year. So the idea is for this to release fully in 2026. We will see where it goes and whether it can really bring all of these elements together into a solid game that we would want to play over the other types of gang management games, which we have gotten in recent years as well. We've gotten a number of gang-related Tycoon games in recent years, like City of Gangsters and Empire of Sin. Those are a couple others. So we'll see if this one holds up against those, or maybe you just want to go back and play Gangland from the old days. For a game that's sort of like Zoo Tycoon, but fantasy, Fantastic Haven. Here you are restoring the equilibrium of magic by saving endangered fantasy creatures. You're building up your sanctuary, a shelter to welcome and protect these animals, and you're exploring unique regions, rallying neighboring populations to your cause, and rehabilitating creatures into their natural environments. This one hasn't quite fully released yet, but it is aiming for a Q3 2025 release. However, there is a free demo that you can check out right now, so what the game is building up to is not a secret. You can just jump in and try it. And there are a lot of people that are excited for this one because, you know, the whole Zoo Tycoon, creature collecting, building management kind of game is always popular. And a fantasy setting is an interesting enough twist to it, especially when there's this overarching goal of restoring the magic to the world. This seems to be turning out okay. However, you're gonna have to want to be into the cozy, cute aesthetic as well, which many are, but just that's what this game is. Fantastic Haven. If you're into the art style, it looks visually great, and although free demos are not fully representative of final gameplay, it's always nice that there are free demos, and that's a plus point for this one. Now, for one of the biggest hits that entered early access earlier on in 2025, Schedule 1. Now, due to YouTube, I'll just be a little careful about what I say about this one. You are running a business empire. You're manufacturing and distributing a range of your products through the grungy city of Highland Point. You expand your business, taking control of properties and other businesses and managing employees, and you're just generally doing all the things you need to do to become the best business person around. This one did enter early access in March 2025, looking at a full release after 2 years. So this is actually planning for a 2027 full release, but I think I have to mention this one in a simulator list because it's got overwhelmingly positive user reviews. 200,000 user reviews on Steam at 98% positive. This is ridiculously highly reviewed, and still now, months after it entered early access, it's floating very high concurrent player numbers. Of recent simulator games, this one has exploded, and if you haven't heard of it, maybe it's to do with the themes of it, but I think you can get the gist of what this one is all about. There is also a free demo that you can just try, so that's something that you can have a look at and see if this one is one that you want to get into for some manufacturing, distributing, expanding. There is some fighting elements as well, and there is also co-op multiplayer. With its more cartoony, low-poly-esque visuals, it doesn't feel all too serious, but you can see if Schedule 1 is one that you want to dip your toes into. For some vehicle simulators and these simulation games, they're about controlling a vehicle of all sorts and moving through a world. These can be racing or just physics simulators or simulation games that have to do with some kind of vehicle. For upcoming simulators, we surely have a truck game, and we do. Road Kings. This is a game where you're driving trucks, a 40-ton monstrosity, as you haul cargo across the coastal plains of the American South, managing multiple jobs, trailers, and routes. I mean, the basics of these kinds of games are never really surprising if you go over the details. You grow your reputation from rookie to veteran, owner-operator. You're dodging disasters and dealing with rivals as you become the hero of the open road is the whole idea of this one. The simulation here for the truck itself is the main selling point. You are taking control of the truck, and every aspect matters, from weight to wear to brakes brakes, to torque, to tire, to transmissions, to dynamic weather and road surfaces. This all plays a part in how your vehicle will be moving around and what you're gonna have to do to manage all of those problems. The trucks are, of course, faithfully recreated to be as real as possible, but I think the disasters are gonna be one of the most exciting parts of Road Kings, where things just really go wrong, and what you do to deal with that is gonna be where it really matters. As a side note, you can also compete with other players. There's asynchronous multiplayer, so you can join or create a company and climb the global leaderboards to be the top haulers in the world if you want to get to that point. Otherwise, you can enjoy the scenery, particularly the truck simulators or the train simulators going through various countries and locales. You do want to enjoy the scenery, and the visuals so far are looking okay. Though we haven't seen too much raw gameplay right now at the time of making this video, so Road Kings, it is set for a 2026 release, and as it reveals more gameplay, do have a look and see what it really looks like before jumping in if you're into truck games. This game lies to us. It's BeamNG Drive. And this is a game that has supposedly been in early access for over a decade at this point, with overwhelmingly positive user reviews. After hundreds of thousands of user reviews, that's at 97% positive on Steam. It's rare to see anything higher than that, but if you scroll down, it shows that it's been in, quote, early access since the 29th of May 2015. And that's a long time to be in development, but if you read what it says, turns out they're just lying about being in early access, because what they say is beta. It says in parentheses, feature complete, which means this game, BeamNG Drive, has been feature complete for a long time, and they're just adding onto it, and it does get regular updates and improvements, and this is a soft body physics engine which is driving about and crashing cars, and it's just really impressive. People have talked about BeamNG Drive for a long time, and because it says it's still in early access, people always insist that it should be in upcoming games list videos, but I'm gonna say this is actually released. Looking into the nuance and context of its development, I'm gonna say BeamNG Drive is a released game. It's just they don't want to say they're released until they're done with it, I guess. But this has been fantastically successful, wildly successful. It's one of the most played games on Steam in general, across all genres. And it's just got everything you want, from racing to crashing to crushing, free roam mode, scenarios, time trials. There's a huge modding community and community content being worked on. There's so much freedom and creativity going on, with what might be unexpected because it's a vehicle car driving game. So BeamNG Drive is not only one of the best simulator games of all time, it is also one of the most successful ones for such a long time. And if you haven't heard of it, well, you can check it out. There's a few options for driving and vehicle simulators on this list, but BeamNG Drive is one of the longest running successes. Then for another truck simulation game, Truck World Australia. This is taking your trucking journey across Australia behind the wheel of a multi-ton truck. You're going on highways and going off-road onto dirt tracks. As you can see, the beautiful wilderness of Australia, and you can manually hitch and inspect your cargo and move things around the pretty large country. The basis of truck sims are not complicated. You're doing realism and freedom, but mainly just driving trucks around. And for those who are truck enthusiasts, this is one of the more anticipated upcoming ones. Dynamic weather conditions and day-night cycle can impact your journey. You're moving cargo across Australia. There's an interactive cabin where all the controls in your cab are interactable. And there's active participation in road events, a variety of trucks, of course, from older models to 18-wheel monstrosities, realistic traffic getting in your way. You can unlock and upgrade and customize your trucks as you play through the game. And there's online co-op for up to 4 players. where you can complete orders together. There is also a police and fining system if you break the laws, and also for the hardcore truck enthusiasts, it does support gaming steering wheels. So overall, Truck World Australia does seem to be shaping up to a solid trucking sim. There's no fixed release window right now, but it's been coming along and it seems likely to have some kind of release or playable build within the next year. Going back to racing, there's the Assetto Corsa series. Assetto Corsa may be less of a household name, but it is one of the most played racing games out there, with a lot of simulation and realistic physics, and it's been going for a long time. The Assetto Corsa game, specifically that is the most popular, has over 90% positive user reviews on Steam and released at the end of 2014. So it's over a decade old now, but it is important to note that Assetto Corsa has popular side games and spin-offs and continuations besides the original. They're not quite as popular right now, but for example, more recently, there's Assetto Corsa Evo, which is a more modern implementation of the whole idea, and there's also side games like Rally and Competizione, which is varying themes and approaches to the whole racing thing. But the base game, Assetto Corsa, is the most popular. Evo is going through early access, so that might turn out to be the better, more popular game in the long run, as it has been over a decade. But it's hard to argue with these numbers, and the updates continue to come as well for all of these games. A selling point here is that the circuits have been developed using a laser scan technology, so the tracks and the locations are as realistic and accurate to their actual places, and that's pretty impressive. There's a bunch of special cars, of course, tying in with brands again here to make sure that there are realistic representations of famous and known vehicles. And a big thing here is its approach to just having tons of hardware compatibility. You can play it with a keyboard or a controller, but there's steering wheel controls as well, along with VR controls, so that can be really immersive if you're into that. There's a career mode, a bunch of special challenges, and customizable races, championships, challenges, drag, drift, and the simulation does go above and beyond with telemetry data simulating tire rubber deposits on tracks, sun positions calculated in real time, and maybe more than you would ever need or expect. But if you're into the simulator and realism of everything, then this is trying to do everything it can. There is also plenty of modding and customization for community work as well, so there's just so much here if you're looking for a racing game. Assetto Corsa has established itself as one of the most popular and successful simulator games of all time, and it might be getting even better. We'll wait and see if Evo does actually exceed expectations and brings things to the next level, because the first game already was promising to be a next generation racing simulator, and now it's over a decade old. We're gonna need a next generation racing simulator, and Assetto Corsa Evo might be that, but we'll see. For one that entered early access, Wreckfest 2. Now this is a mayhem, destruction, vehicular, destroying kind of game, and it entered early access a little bit earlier in 2025, looking for a full release in 2026. So although this is currently playable, and it does have mostly positive user reviews floating just over 70% right now, as it builds up to full release, because I've been putting out content updates and various patches and improvements to the game, this is building up to a release in 2026, and if they just keep making it better, it should get more well-reviewed. So in this game, it is full contact racing, promising unrivaled destruction, which generally is the whole point of Wreckfest 2. And there's head-to-head battles, there's races, and the big selling point of Wreckfest is the physics engine, where it is supposed to be about not just building and customizing your cars, but watching them get destroyed in unique and very specifically physical ways. There's special challenges, and mod support is part of the promise as well. The original Wreckfest was a pretty big hit. It released in 2018, and it has almost 30,000 user reviews at 87% positive on Steam. So the problem and challenge of making these sequels, even though it's been 7-8 years since the original game, is making a very popular old game even better. Can be difficult to figure out. So Wreckfest 2, it is going through early access. It's getting into its stride, but we will see if the full release version manages to top the original game. Being more specific vehicle-wise, there's train simulation games and simulators. There's of course a lot of these, and if you're a train enthusiast, there's always a good collection of new and upcoming train games. So let me go ahead and list a bunch of those for you right now. First up, there is Frostliner. So there have been a number of snowy, frosty, chilly train games that seem to have been picked up after the explosion of Snowpiercer. And even though that show kind of fizzled, a lot of games wanted to continue the journey in a frozen, post-apocalyptic world, or just a frozen landscape in general, as you try to move your train and keep things going. Now, Frostliner is not quite just a survival game. This is actually calling itself a city builder of sort. It's a survival city builder on rails. Now, I'm not sure whether I would personally call this a city building game, but it is a simulation game and it is a train game, so here it is. This one is planning to release sometime in 2026. It has gotten quite a lot of interest since its announcement. The world is frozen over because the moon has shattered after a bunch of wars sent the Earth into an endless winter. So, it's a post-apocalyptic world, and you will be improving and expanding your train, refueling and restocking your supplies, and protecting what's yours, because there's some military combat aspects to this, because there are enemies. You are a train full of resources, which means other enemies will want to come along and crack you open for the treasures inside, which you don't want them to do, so you're gonna have to shoo them away with what you've got. Anyway, Frostliner, if they stick to their schedule, we should be seeing a lot more of this in the coming year, and we'll see how it gets along. And then for one that has been in early access for a little bit, Railroad Corporation 2. It's the 20th century now, and you are deploying modern electric and diesel locomotives, laying tracks, transporting goods and passengers, and this is kind of a tycoon game as you are a corporation and running a rail business. This one has been in early access since the late 2024, so it has been a while, and they did initially plan to fully release in 2025. They have missed that window. It has now fully released at the start of 2026, so Railroad Corporation 2 is now fully released and everyone is seeing how it is. This is mixing train simulation with tycoon business management as you are building tracks, settling and expanding new territories, and financing the future of your business as you balance the books. Now, there's also departments and staffing as you play through a story-driven campaign, but there's also competitive and cooperative multiplayer. There's map generation with biomes and terrain types and map sizes and different raw materials. You'll be buying a bunch of different trains, optimizing your networks, and all of this good stuff. So train games are very rarely just straight up train games, and train simulations does have these little twists and subgenres. So hopefully Railroad Corporation 2 is what you're looking for if you're looking for a more business tycoon approach to trains. And now that it's fully released, you can jump into Railroad Corporation 2 if you think it's the one for you. Business tycoon and train management simulation. A lot of people have been asking me to list Derail Valley. Now, this is a train simulation game or simulator that has been in early access for over 7 years, and it's not fully releasing anytime soon. I'm only listing it here because this is a Megalist and people keep asking me about it. I tend to have a 4-year cutoff for early access games, and then I list them again when they announce a 1.0 release. I can see why a lot of people ask for this. It's very, very popular. It's got overwhelmingly positive user reviews on Steam at over 95% positive, but it's still going through early access, and looking at the roadmap, there's a big update scheduled for 2027, and then a further update scheduled for 2028. So full release for Derail Valley is at least 2 years away into the future, and it could be even longer. This could be a 2030 release or something. So I'm not going to spend too much time on Derail Valley. You probably already know it. It's very well loved. It's been in early access for over 7 years, and it will be in early access for almost a decade, if not longer. So Derail Valley, here it is, and you can enjoy it if you like. Now, you will want to be driving some trains more up close in this list, of course, and there is back in service a Metro Driver. This one entered early access right at the start of 2025, so it's just past a year, and it's gotten a handful of user reviews on Steam to very positive ratings at 97% positive. So although this is a bit of a niche success, it is a success. Now, this one, you are adventuring into the train driving profession, and you are going to master the metro, which will take you through an underground world. There's various challenges on the tracks, and you need to complete routes and transport passengers and avoid delays. And as you can see, this is a bit more of a simulator game where you are actually the driver of the train and driving the train around. Now, this isn't a complicated game. It is what it says on the tin. You are a metro driver, and there's not too much to explain here. They are building up to a full release, which said they meant to be in early access for about 1 year, and we are just about hitting that point now. They have been updating it as they've gone along through early access, and it seems like people enjoy it. So I don't see why this won't be fully releasing in 2026. And back in service, a Metro Driver might be a bit more of an indie approach to the train driving simulator type game, which you might want an alternative for what we already have. Moving along is Times of Progress, and we have listed this little indie game for a long time. And it's been coming along, and there's no fixed release window or anything like that. There are regular updates and gameplay showcases of Times of Progress. Gameplay scenarios have been promised and shown off. It's another one that's calling itself a kind of city builder, but this really plays a bit more like Transport Tycoon Deluxe, where you're not exactly building the cities, but you are building this rail network and moving resources around, and your logistical development develops the cities and grows the cities around your network. So you are causing the growth of cities, but you're not necessarily building them directly. You produce goods to satisfy the populations, and you manage these transportation routes by train and by ship, by the way. And you expand on procedurally generated maps as you trade with nearby cities as well. This does have that isometric look to it, and although it's not pixel art, it does have this charming aesthetic to it, which I do really appreciate. It's got this classic vibes, but a little bit modern. But it is an indie game, and it has been chugging along for a long time, and I really want to try this one and give it a go when it fully releases, but who knows when that will be. I mean, it could be this year to get some kind of more playable version of the game, but I thought I should share it anyway because it does seem very interesting, and it is continuing to get regular updates through development. Hopefully we will see Times of Progress in a timely fashion. For another indie development that has been slowly crawling along is Century of Steam. A lot of people do always recommend this one, and I have listed it before. It gets regular development updates and showcases, videos even of the game, quite extensive, and it seems very promising, and a lot of people are hyped for it. It's a physics-based multiplayer railroad simulator and strategy game is what it's calling itself. And you build your route through beautiful landscapes, customizing and operating your fleet of historic trains, and you're enjoying the sights and sounds and stories of railroading in this steam era of the locomotive. Now, this is a historical approach to trains, and train aficionados, of course, love historical trains as well, but this is an indie development that we have been watching for years, and it's coming along. I mean, we've seen a lot of it. It's just not like released into early access even or anything like that. There is talk of it releasing within the next couple years at least, but nothing is confirmed, of course. Century of Steam is just another indie development where a lot of people are hyped for it, and maybe we'll see something in 2026 for this that will be notable, but no guarantees. but a lot of people will be asking for Century of Steam if I don't talk about it, so there you go. We do have this train game called Thomas and Friends Wonders of Sodor, and this is by Dovetail Games, so you can probably expect a ton of DLC for this one, but it's a simulation train game where it's all about Thomas the Tank Engine and all the friends in that story. Now, it's been a long time since I've actually consumed any Thomas content, but this was kind of an expansion of a DLC they had. There was a Thomas the Tank Engine DLC for one of Dovetail's other games, and I guess that was received quite well because now this is a full train game that's centered around Thomas and Friends. If you like realistic train simulators, but it's Thomas and Friends, this is that. I mean, there's Thomas, Diesel, Gordon, Percy, Emily, and you're going around their island. So there's stories, minigames, timetables, free roam mode, hidden collectibles. Maybe this isn't going to be the train game for everyone, but if you like Thomas and Friends and train games, then this is the overlap that's going to be for you. Probably not for everyone, but I thought I should mention it because people have been talking about it, and I thought maybe it's something you'd be interested in. And then I know you're looking for Railroader. This is an early access game that went into early access right at the end of 2023, so it's been a few years at this point, but it is incredibly popular. It's got overwhelmingly positive user reviews after thousands of user reviews on Steam, 97% positive, and it even has a decent enough continuing player base. This gets regular updates and people really, really enjoy this train sim game. Although it is taking a long time through early access, they did initially plan for 1 to 2 years in early access, so we are past that at this point. They're now building towards official modding support, so that's gonna be good, though the game has not fully released. I think they'll wait until they get more stuff in there finished off, so it is delayed, but they are delaying it with updates. And this is a game where you are driving trains with a purpose in a player-driven world. There's scenic views, you can run solo or with friends, you can customize your trains and designs and all of that good stuff, and you are trying to make your railroad the model of efficiency as you just tinker with things until you get to the most efficient rail system around. As you are the lifeblood of the communities you serve, you're running passenger trains and moving stuff around as well. So Railroader has been coming along for a long time. Everyone seems to love it as well. There's a lot to talk about here in terms of the stuff that has been added to the game over the years. So it's just up there. I'm still considering it a new upcoming game, even though it's a couple years old at this point in early access, but I can see it having a full release in 2026, maybe sometime after they get the mod support fully implemented, at which point the continuing popularity of Railroader will then maybe explode, because if you maintain a player base, you can maintain a group of modders who continue to add to the game. So once modding is in, who knows where Railroader will head into the future? The community could drive its destiny, and that will be pretty exciting to see. And now I'm going to be sharing with you a number of job simulation games. These are games that, for some reason, people have absolutely been loving, and they are sort of realistic but job simulators. So you are working a job behind a desk, or sometimes a little bit grander. Maybe you're managing some other workers as well. Train Station Project. This one does have a free demo at the time of making this video, and you can just give it a try yourself right now. You are a train station manager. You're renovating and upgrading the train station building, you're expanding the available services, and you're enhancing your skills and managing staff. This is a simulator type game with a bit of Tycoon management, but it's that kind of business simulator approach to a transport theme. The focus is on the trains and also building, because you're going to be building the station itself, even painting the walls and stocking the shelves and ordering stuff and cleaning the toilets, all of that simulator stuff that has been so virally popular these days. Just some kind of business shop simulator, but this one is a train station, so it seems relevant here. Now, it's unclear whether this will be one of those big viral sensations of a simulator where no one really knows why it's so great and popular, but it just happens to be, or if it's just gonna be another dime a dozen simulator that blends in with all the others that we get seemingly every week these days. Train Station Project, the free demo is a bit more encouraging. They are releasing a lot of FAQ stuff, and they are aiming for a Q1 2026 release, at least of some kind. So from this demo, we should be getting into Train Station Project more fully soon enough, and then we'll see whether this kind of simulator business management game really manages to take off, or will this station just shut down? There is Waterpark Simulator. This is a game where you build and run your own water park. It's a first-person game where you are designing and attracting customers to your water park. It's not necessarily the most realistic of parks because people seem to just get injured a lot and hurt a lot and you never get shut down, but that's how these things go. It's madness, and you're trying to build a 5-star water park empire in this management simulator. This game did enter early access towards the end of 2025 to overwhelmingly positive user reviews, 95% plus positive, and there is a free demo on Steam at the time of recording. People are generally just really enjoying Waterpark Simulator. There is an early access roadmap for what they're developing and adding onto things. They said they're planning to be in early access for up to a year, so they're looking at a full release in 2026 if they stick to their schedule at all, which they might. They're planning for multiplayer, custom slides, console release, character customization, a whole new map, and more. So we will see if Waterpark Simulator is gonna continue its success. It might fizzle, but for now, this is a new simulation job game that everyone seems to be liking. This next one is pretty much realistic with a tiny bit of a sci-fi twist. Forgive me for straying from being completely realistic. It's Roadside Research. This is a 1 to 4 player co-op gas station simulator. You're working at a gas station and you're stocking shelves and selling fuel and, taking care of customers. But it just so happens that you're all aliens. And you're undercover, and you're trying to be as human as possible. So, in a way, this is even more of a simulator because you are playing a character who is trying to pretend to be a human working in a gas station, which is what you are doing playing the game. So, are you the alien in real life? Anyway, you do things humans do to not arouse suspicion, but you do need to get some DNA samples and conduct research and just develop your understanding of humans. There's some nice, weird, quirky customization of your character, but you also do upgrade and improve your gas station store. You have to stock all these shelves, and basically it's a job simulator, but there's this added layer of alien deception. Anyway, this one did enter early access at the start of 2026 to very positive user reviews. They are planning for early access to last about a year. So if they stick to that schedule, it will be a full release at the beginning of 2027. But of course, with all of these games, who knows? Roadside Research, it has gotten off to a pretty decent start. If it continues to develop and add content, which so far it's been doing, it will probably have a pretty bright future. Near the start of 2026, released Docked, and this is a port dock realistic simulator where you're operating heavy machinery, you're restoring and developing the port's infrastructure, and you're managing the day-to-day operations to help your port expand and thrive. It's a bit hard to actually categorize what Docked is, whether it's a job simulator or just a realistic sim. But generally, you are working on the dock, and your job is to manage and make sure all of these goods and resources and everything are moving in and out appropriately. You will be having to drive vehicles around and using the cranes and building structures and managing, earning, investing, and expanding to make sure that your business, your dock business, does grow. Now, this one does have a free demo at the time of recording, but a lot of people have been interested in this, particularly because it's by Saber Interactive, who are known for these kind of realistic sims. Launching at the start of 2026, people seem to be hyped. Now, I do have to mention Fast Food Simulator. This one has been in early access for a little bit longer, since the end of December 2024, but it's got very positive user reviews, over 90% positive, and it's about working in a fast food restaurant. You cook in the kitchen, you serve the customers, and you make money, which you use to buy more ingredients and equipment and upgrade your fast food shop. So this one was meant to be in early access for up to a year. They have blown past that already, and they are continuing to kind of update it, but it has been a while since the last update. It's been a few months, and that is a little concerning for the future of this game. But for now, people have been enjoying it. It does have a decent enough player base, and it's still well reviewed, but recent reviews, of course, are dropping because the lack of updates and communication means that this might be dead in the water, but it has at least been a success up until this point. But unless the developers actually update the game and continue developing and adding to the game, then this one will probably fizzle. But I did want to talk about it because it was kind of a viral hit, but maybe it's run its course. And then there's Mall Simulator. You are running a small shopping center and turning it into a huge city mall. It's a bit of a Tycoon game where you have to avoid going bankrupt, and you'll need to build new stores and restaurants and set prices and keep up with trends and just operate many different stores, run machines and services, and get brands to move into your mall. This one did enter early access at the end of 2025, and looking at a 1 year in early access if they stick to that, so a 2026 full release is the plan. They have been continuing to post some updates, and it's not the most frequent of updates, but they have been adding more content, and your mall is gonna be stocking clothing, sports, tech, toys, supermarkets, cosmetics, cinema, burger shop, arcade, home goods, game store, bakery, jewelry, florist, sushi bar, vending machines, and ATMs. So that's it's kind of one of those shop simulators, but instead of just one shop, you're running like a dozen shops, if not more. So Mall Simulator is like those shop simulators, but on a grander scale. It's a grand shop simulator. I guess we could call it that. But anyway, Mall Simulator has received very positive user reviews, over 90% positive in early access, with a pretty sizable player base for a game like this right now. And if it continues, then maybe it could be like all the shop simulators in one. But that sounds like a lot, so this might be for you, it might not. Probably the most viral job simulator hit recently is TCG Card Shop Simulator. This released into early access towards the end of 2024 to overwhelmingly positive user reviews. At the time of recording, over 40,000 user reviews at over 96% positive. And the player base for this is still also quite large, so many people are continuing to play TCG Card Shop Simulator, where you're running one of these shops, but it's about trading cards, and you stock shelves, you get the booster packs, you crack them open, you can sell them individually or sell the packs, you hire staff, you host events, and you expand your shop. Most of you have probably already heard of this one, and it's going through early access where it was meant to be in early access for a year. We're way past that already, but this one does continue to get regular updates, and it is continuing to be popular. So of the shop simulator games that are still going through development, TCG Card Shop Simulator is the most successful and does seem to be the most popular and well-liked. as long as they keep adding more stuff to the game, then this is going to continue shining weirdly bright in the gaming sphere. And I suppose many of you would be happy about that. And then there is Bookshop Simulator. This is a more cutesy, charming-looking game, which entered early access towards the end of 2025 to a good few hundred user reviews, but it's overwhelmingly positive at 97% positive. This one does have a free demo as well, and that does tend to help for review scores going through early access, because you can try the demo and then you can see if you like the game before you get into it, so the people getting into it are more likely to like it. The goal is to keep the early access window for this to 6 months, which I don't think they're gonna stick to, generally speaking. I mean, they are at update 0.9 right now at the time of recording, and if they are going for version 1.0 after that, that is, well, they're probably on track. But, you know, you can always go to version 0.10. It can just keep on going. Regular updates have been coming pretty much monthly at this point. So Bookshop Simulator, it's not the most popular. It still has a good, decent player base right now going through early access. But it's still one of the smaller successes, but a success it still is. You are running this bookshop, by the way. You're stocking and selling your products, you're opening new locations, and you're setting the vibes of each bookshop. And there is a shop cat that you can adopt, and maybe that's just the selling point you need. So Bookshop Simulator, if you want to work in a bookshop, this one seems to be the one. For another job shop sim, Megastore Simulator. This one is kind of like the shop simulator, but it's not like the mall simulator. It's like a shop simulator, but just scaled up. It's a first-person management and tycoon game. You start small, you grow into a massive 2-floor megastore with forklifts, pallet jacks, and staff, and that you can have a bakery, clothing, electronics, sports, music, toy, and grocery departments, but it's all in one shop. So it's kind of between a shop simulator and the mall simulator, but it's right in the middle. And this one did enter early access at the start of 2026 to a good few hundred very positive user reviews, over 90% positive, and there is a pretty sizable player base playing Megastore Simulator right now as well. They are planning for, again, a year in early access, which they might stick to, so it's aiming for an early 2027 full release for now. Because it's right fresh at the start of early access, it is still getting plenty of updates and getting more features and fixes and additions being added to the game. This one might be a big success in the future, it might not. So Megastore Simulator, people are loving it for now, maybe not in the future. We gotta keep an eye on these things. These simulators, sometimes they continue to be massive successes and it's almost unclear why. Like, no one knows why it's such a huge success. People just love it. Other times they just die and they can just be exactly the same game, but one succeeds and one doesn't. You never know with these realistic job sims. But Megastore Simulator, it's an option for you. And to stray from the realism slightly just one more time, Teddy's Haven, a fantasy-inspired shop simulator. This is a shop sim where it's in a fantasy world, so it's pretty much like all the other realistic shop sims out there, but the setting and the stuff you're stocking is fantasy-inspired. It's a cozy shop sim with magic and charm. You're selling over 400 items, decorating, you're creating the shop of your dreams, and you meet mythical creatures, you level up skills, and you harvest stuff in the land, and you uncover the peaceful wonders of life in this world. This one did enter early access around the middle of 2025, with a plan to fully release sometime late 2026 or early 2027. So it's building up to a full release. So far, with over 1,000 user reviews on Steam, it's gotten 97% positive and a good ongoing player base as well. So overwhelmingly positive reception to this, and it is continuing to get updates, aquariums, and more advancements and more stuff being added. So far, Teddy's Haven, the fantasy-inspired shop simulator. This is just pretty solid success so far. It's a solo developer, as you would expect of many of these games, solo or small teams. And at least this one is fantasy, and it is still a realistic sim, shop sim, job sim, but only the theme is not realistic. So I'm including it with these other games because I feel like if you like the other games, you will like this one. And so far, people have been liking Teddy's Haven, a fantasy-inspired shop simulator. A slightly different kind of job simulator, Ranger's Path National Park Simulator. Now, as with many of these upcoming and new simulator job sims, they could be either amazingly popular or not, you could say the least. But Ranger's Path has a good amount of hype around it, and a lot of people seem interested in it. There was a demo for it, and it had some issues, but it's releasing into early access earlier on in 2026 for plans to stay in early access for about a year, but of course it'll go longer. Ranger's Path National Park Simulator is about maintaining trails, assisting visitors, checking permits, and responding to emergencies. All of that national park stuff. You do get to explore nature as well across different biomes, and you observe the animals, and you document and collect your plant database, basically. So if you love nature and you love working in nature, then Nature's Path does seem to be what you would want. There's day-night cycles, taking photos, there's supporting the wildlife and the environment, and generally doing a good job. Now, whether this is going to be a good game at the end of the day, time will have to tell, but Ranger's Path National Park Simulator in early access, and maybe good, maybe not. For more complexity, we do, of course, have factory and automation sims. Factory sims can be incredibly complex or sometimes can be quite simple, but it's to do with processing resources, moving things around, and really trying to rein in an overwhelming and mind-breaking system that just continues to grow, and it must grow. With some base building in first person, Star Rupture. Now, first-person factory games are often heavily inspired by Satisfactory, which is obviously a very popular and successful first-person factory automation game. Star Rupture has been gaining some attention as it's a sci-fi alien world factory management simulation game, but you're also fighting off waves of aliens, which is more of a Factorio vibe or maybe a Starship Troopers vibe kind of thing. Either way, the core gameplay here is factory management, but do expect some combat as well. Now, this one is planning to go into early access right at the start of 2026, with plans to stay in there for about a year. Expect early access games to always take a bit longer, so for a full release for Star Rupture, it is looking at 2027, but it will be playable through almost all of 2026. So in this game, you're exploring a deadly planet, you're building up a base and your factory, your whole industrial system, to unlock new technologies that allow you and your base to survive the harsh conditions even better. And you can play this alone or in multiplayer with up to 4 friends. So you can fight off these waves of aliens and build your factory together. Multiplayer in factory sims is always a great option to have. I know a lot of you are always just, no, I'm gonna build my own factory just by myself. It's gonna be perfect. But sometimes, it's nice to jump in with some friends and deal with the chaos together. Anyway, Star Rupture seems to be promising quite some good stuff, but whether it could compete with what we already have remains to be seen through the year. So this factory sim, it's impossible to get away from its inspiration, which is quite obviously Factorio. It's called Substructure. And at first glance, this looks like Factorio, but it does add another layer of gameplay, quite literally. This is a factory automation simulation game set on a rogue planet in the far reaches of the solar system, but instead of in Factorio, which now has their space expansion, this one you're going down. You're digging down into the depths of an alien world, and you're exploiting its resources down there, creating multiple layers of factory, which will then be transporting resources and moving its production chains up and down through these layers. And that could be the extra dimension that factory simulation fans have been looking for. You are also not just building factories, you're also building farms in this one to generate resources and all of that good stuff. And as you dig through the layers, you are programming different platforms to transport raw materials, process goods, and even factory infrastructure up and down through these levels on this mysterious world. As you get closer to the planet's core down multiple layers, you have to take into consideration humidity, heat, light, and more environmental factors. So you're not just having this multi-layer factory, each layer faces its own challenges. And those challenges you need to deal with and synergize all the various layers so that the entire structure, the entire planet essentially, becomes your one mega factory. As a bonus point, this is also made for modding, so if this just releases a solid foundation of multi-level factory management, then the community, if they really get into it like they did with Factorio, you could have mods doing all sorts of things with this kind of thing. It's an interesting take on something that is already well loved. We will have to wait and see if it's a bit too close to its original inspiration or whether substructure brings enough new to really cater to a whole new audience and bring fans of the existing game Factorio over for a new flavor. And then for a factory sim that just entered early access to some pretty big attention, Alchemy Factory. This one just entered early access with plans to stay in early access for up to a year, so it is planning for a 2026 full release if they stick to the schedule. But at the start of early access, it's immediately gotten a few hundred user reviews on Steam at 90+% positive. People are really liking Alchemy Factory. And this one is a little bit different from the others. It's not sci-fi, it's not so much mechanical. It's more of a, you're working as an alchemist. You're harnessing the arcane and you're automating your crafting of potions and ingredients. And you're selling these alchemical goods to fulfill commissions and become a renowned alchemy magnate. So although I suppose functionally it does work like any other sci-fi mechanical factory sim, the theme here is more magical, I guess. Or more liquid, definitely. And you are running a business, so it's kind of a tycoon game as well, where you have to stock your shelves and sell your products to, well, I suppose would-be adventurers and heroes. This being a magically focused game, it does have some portal powers, and maybe not so much realistic, but more spellcaster vibes to some of the logistical solutions and problems that you'll be facing. And there is multiplayer here as well, so you can become your alchemical magnate together with some friends. So this is mixing genres as well. It's a factory sim plus tycoon game, but I think the initial response speaks for itself. People are enjoying it. We'll have to see whether it keeps up the good performance over the coming year for Alchemy Factory. For a sci-fi factory sim game, there's Desynced. This is an alien world factory sim where you're gathering, building, researching, and exploring this unknown world, and you can do it alone or with friends. And you unveil the mysteries of an AI which is about to become self-aware, so that's not generally a good thing in video games. Sometimes it is, but probably not here. Bunch of strategy, automation, and exploration to do. There's this tech tree to go through, and this game has been going through early access since around the end of 2023, so it's been a few years, and it was supposed to be in early access for about 1 year. We're way past that now. But having said that, there is a free demo that you can check out for Desynced, and it has been getting very positive user reviews, over 80% positive through early access. So far this has been going through okay, and it did actually just announce a 1.0 release for earlier on in 2026. So finally, Desynced is fully releasing, a couple years past their initial estimate, but it is fully releasing, and it's going to be a complete game. Probably about the time when you watch this video, it will be released. Now, I should also mention Foundry. This is a robot factory automation game where you have an infinite voxel world. You're, of course, mining and harvesting resources, and you automate your production lines to manage these complex systems, and you are trying to research your way to become the galaxy's leading robotics megacore. Now, this did enter early access around the middle of 2024, and to very positive user reviews, floating between 80 to 90% positive. There's no particular release window for the full release, but this has been keeping people updated with updates and progressions and stuff, so this has been pretty popular so far for a factory sim. There are, of course, a lot of competition. There's a lot of competition for this kind of first-person factory automation sim. So do have a closer look at Foundry to see if it's one that you want to be either jumping into now or maybe waiting for full release. But if you're waiting, it could be a little while. We'll see how Foundry goes into the future. So far, it's been going well. By popular request, people do want to hear about Dyson's Sphere program. This is kind of a cross between Factorio and Satisfactory, because it's not quite as first-person and zoomed in as Satisfactory, but it's also not quite as zoomed out as Factorio. Dyson Sphere program is this sci-fi intergalactic factory sim where you are not just building a factory on your starting planet, but you're turning the whole solar system into your factory. And the Dyson Sphere is encompassing the nearby star with or turning the star into a power plant, basically. This has been going through early access since the start of 2021, so it's half a decade in early access now, and the original plan was to be in early access for about 1 year. But as they said, it was not written in stone. It was written in water, apparently. It's just gone. We're so far past the 1 year estimate. We're now at a very successful point, though. Tons of people have played this, and it's gotten overwhelmingly positive user reviews on Steam at the time of recording, 97% positive. So Dyson Sphere program, although it's probably not going to fully release anytime soon, it has been significantly updated since its initial beginnings in early access. It's gotten alien swarms and some military stuff and defensive stuff and more factory automation and a lot of refinement and customization and the universe exploration, interstellar logistics, because you can now go to even further, and you do control this mecha as you go around building things, as you build in the face of this suspicious and mysterious alien swarm that's coming to get you. There are options to play this how you want as well. Dyson Sphere program, it's already a success. It's continuing through early access. As this is a Megalist, here it is. For a factory sim that is much more indie looking, it's called Sandustry. And at first glance, this might seem a little bit too indie for many of you, but there is quite a bit of hype around this one. You are exploring and mining fully destructible worlds, and you automate increasingly complex production chains as you delve deeper and uncover an ancient civilization's powerful secrets. This is, it's pixely, voxely, like all the pixels are destructible, so it really does feel like this entire world, this entire game is made out of sand, because every pixel is kind of somewhat physics simulated. But of course, at first glance, maybe the visuals are gonna throw you off and maybe put you off. But when it comes to factory sims, it's not always about the graphics. So maybe Sandustry could be the actual best factory sim for you. Have a closer look. There is a free demo for this one, and you can see if you want to get into quite literally this giant sandbox of a world, because it's all sand. So Sandustry, it is planning for a release in 2026, and see if it's the one for you. A very weird throwback to 1995 maybe. There's Factory 95. This is a retro Windows-inspired puzzle automation game where you're making a slideshow factory. This is a full throwback to Windows 95. I mean, it's nostalgic. Obviously, it's really designed to look like Windows 95, but it's not actually Windows 95. You don't have Clippy, you have, I don't know, this pin. What's he called? Pinny? Something like that. But anyway, it is a factory automation sim with 1995 graphics. So If any of you are saying, oh, this indie game looks like it's got graphics from 30 years ago, well, surprise alert, it's 30 years ago was 1996, and this is what graphics looked like really. Yeah, this is just fascinating. As a nostalgic person myself, this is, it's interesting. I wanted to share it, and there is also a free demo for Factory 95. It's planning for some kind of release in the middle of 2026, and I thought you'd be interested in this. Maybe. I just wanted to share it anyway. For a bit of an indie factory game, there is Snacktorio. This is a factory game, obviously by title, inspired by Factorio, but this is side-scrolling, it's pixel art, and it's about food. You are building and scaling food production lines to feed the beasts threatening to consume your world. You manage strange ingredients across sprawling cooking factories to keep the monsters fed, and you get to uncover what's stirring their growing appetites. This has been announced, and there's no particular full release window yet for Snacktorio, but there is a free demo that you can try, and they funnily named it Snacktorio Aperitif to give you a taste of what this is. I mean, the food theme is interesting enough, and you're building food factories, so if you like food and factory games, then this is kind of an overlap. And you are exploring various islands, each with its own little logic differences. So there's new ingredients, different mechanics, hazards, layouts are needed to unlock different dishes, and you solve local problems on the various locations. Overall, you're going to be solving multi-step cooking puzzles at an ever-growing scale. This one does have a lot of promise to it, and it's another one of those indie factory games that might just be the twist needed to get you hooked on a new factory game, but we'll have to see how this is developing from its current demo and playtests into its release, hopefully sometime over the next year. For another farming sim plus automation, there's this pixel art game called Mr Farmboy. Now, this has been in early access since about the middle of 2025 to very positive user reviews. For the couple hundred who have reviewed the game, it's at over 80% positive. And this seems to be taking the Stardew Valley approach, but then your farm becomes this massive, incredibly complex colony sim where it's about automation. So generally you are building your dream farm, growing crops, raising animals, attracting villagers, and hiring workers to automate everything. This is sort of like if you were playing Stardew Valley, but you were not taking maybe you take the Joja-Co route, but to run your farm, so your whole farm becomes this conglomerate, this corporation of just mass automation and employment of many, many people. Now, Mr. Farmboy has been getting updates through early access with various additions and changes, and so far people seem to like it. It was planning to be in early access for 3 to 6 months, but as with most indie games, they are not going to stick to that initial estimate, but they have said that they are leaving early access early on in 2026. So if they don't delay again, then this is going to be fully released in 2026, and it's a new farm life automation simulation game. And then we have one that recently entered early access called Dawn Apart. This is a space colony and factory sim game with destructible environments because it's kind of a voxel-looking game. You can mine, automate, and you need to defend your settlers, or you could even lead a rebellion against the corporation that sent you here in the first place. So, are you gonna play along with the rules, or are you going to do your own thing? Now, this one entered early access around the middle of 2025 to mostly positive user reviews, between 70 to 80% positive, but they're planning to be in early access for what they say is 20 to 30 months. So full release is looking like it's going to be quite a ways away, up to 2 years away from when I make this video. So full release could actually be in 2028, and that's actually their plan, but it is fully playable now in early access. You are building and automating your base, you're shaping your colony, and you're trying to survive and defend against the hostile environments, and there's also mysterious alien forces here coming for you as well. These seem to be popular themes in factory automation sims these days. I think there's a lot of games that have already mastered just the factory stuff, and they want to add in more combat and more action into the factory sims. I don't know if we're gonna get enough of these to actually have an action factory sim sub-genre, but strategic planning and adaptability to the hostile conditions is gonna be a popular theme in factory sims moving forward because it just seems to be something that people like. It adds a bit of stakes and stress to the game, on top of all of the resource management, logistics, conveyor belts, pipes and tubes, all that good stuff. So Dawn Apart, it is going through early access now. You might be interested in it, but if you're waiting for a full release, don't hold your breath. It will be further down the line. Then for another early access game that has some very positive user reviews right now, Tower Factory. Now this one entered early access at the end of 2024, and they were planning to release within 12 to 18 months. So it is looking at a 2026 full release, but they could go longer, of course. But bonus points here, there is a free demo for you to try as well. Before you jump into early access, you can give it a try first. Now, Tower Factory, as the name implies, is a mix of factory automation sims, but it also has roguelite elements, and it's a tower defense game. So this is straddling the line between these two genres of games, and factory automation with tower defense, it actually feels like a natural fit. It just makes sense, right? You're building up these factories to feed the building of towers, and then you defend against the waves of enemies. It feels right. Now, this one is going to be about constantly building and expanding and upgrading. You're acquiring resources, and you go through various levels with procedurally generated maps, and there's waves of enemies with bosses. If you've seen modern tower defense games, it tends to work like this. This one just has a factory sim on the back of it. Now, going through early access for the past year, it has gotten very positive user reviews, almost 90% positive. So people have been enjoying Tower Factory. If they are sticking to their schedule at all, they will be releasing through the year at some point. They do have a roadmap, and they are saying Q4 2026 for a version 1.0 full release. So the plan right now is to fully release by the end of 2026. Of course, it could spill over into 2027. That's always a possibility, but it should be getting pretty much complete over this year. For another intricate and complex factory sim, Modulus. Here you are building, automating, and optimizing elegant production lines in a factory made from modules that you create and design yourself. This one does have a bit more of a puzzle vibe to it, and you're designing the pieces, not just the puzzle itself. It's a creative sandbox factory simulation where you design components that make up the solution to the problems you're facing, the logic-driven problems that you're facing. And there's also freeform expression with how you put your factory together. There's no enemies or combat, and there's no timers here. This is a more relaxing, satisfying, vibey Zen experience of you creating this creative creation engine. And it's supposed to be endlessly modular, where you start out small and simple, but if you grow smart, you start dealing with a lot more resources, scaling up with more tools, mechanics, and logical problem solving. Now, Modulus is meant to be releasing in 2026, but at the time of recording, there is a free demo already. This one visually does look a bit more on the simple side, but that's sort of accommodating how complex and detailed the world can be in terms of once everything is put together, you can see how insane these factories can look. It's a nice take on the factory sim subgenre, and maybe you would be interested in Modulus. Combining strategy and factory, we have Warfactory. This is a just recently revealed game, which is mixing 4X elements, which is the 4X strategy genre, with factory and RTS gameplay and military mechanics. You're building sprawling factories, and you're designing modular robot armies as you expand across these territories. So this sort of territory mechanic is an easy way to get this 4x expansion, conquering, land grabbing kind of gameplay, but you are building factories in these regions to feed and construct your giant army to battle and conquer. Eventually, you're going to be having planet-sized conveyor networks, which assemble machines piece by piece, all leading to your army, which then fights for control over planets. You are trying to bring order to this galaxy of chaos, and there's a lot to do. Now, this one really is mixing a lot of different subgenres of games. You have the factory automation simulation, you have the 4X expansion and empire conquering, and you also have real-time strategic combat, where every unit type is built on your production lines and they go out and fight. This one is also promising a handcrafted story mode, but there's gonna be procedurally generated roguelite modes of gameplay as well. Visually, it does look a bit more on the simpler side, but that seems to be to accommodate these massive amounts of units and complex factory simulations. And overall, this seems like a promising one that we might be able to get into in 2026, which is when they're planning to release the game. So overall, Warfactory seems to have some interesting mixes of subgenres of gameplay, and it'll be really cool to see how it all comes together, and if it does actually work and make the game better. Next up, an organic approach to the factory sim, Motemancer. This one has been in early access since about the middle of 2025, and it's looking for a full release sometime in 2026, but there is also a free demo at the time of recording. Motemancer is a factory automation game mixing in with alchemical, elemental, some magical elements as well. This is an organic factory sim where you're not dealing with machinery and robots, but more with organic life forms and biomatter and things like that, using rivers and plants and magic. And there's also these Stargate-like portals where you go through them and you get stuck on this new alien world, and you have to build up a factory to reactivate the portal and achieve your objectives. You're dealing with logistical puzzles across 6 elemental planes, and each element offers its own powers, transport, defense, and rewards, and you get rewarded for adaptation and experimentation as you cultivate your own garden of factory elements, I guess you could say. With so many factory sims focused on mechanical and robotic and synthetic design, it is interesting to see a more organic approach, although mechanically this does still seem to work like a factory sim, but thematically it does add a lot of new things that we don't typically see in this subgenre. Now, going through early access, Motemancer has had a handful of user reviews, but at very positive, over 90% positive ratings. So far, Motemancer has had a decent enough start, and we can see how it goes building up to its 1.0 release. Next up, we've got Skyformer. Now, this one is more of an indie development, and it did just enter early access to a handful of user reviews on Steam, but they are 90% positive. So it's got a smaller niche beginning for this game, but so far it seems like a good step. This one entered early access with plans to fully release after a year in early access, so sometime in 2026, so though this one is more indie, expected to take longer. And it does have this low poly visual aesthetic, which I know some of you are fine with, some of you do actually like, but many of you don't. You can judge for yourself what you think of the look of the game. But this one does have all the factory automation stuff that you might be enjoying. You're creating an automated system that terraforms a planet with an army of drones. The objective here is to change the environment to what you want it to be. You're crafting and building bases, you're setting up a weather monitoring system because to change a planet you have to deal with the weather, and you need to survive different types of storms as you terraform this planet because you're trying to take control of the climate and the biomes and control the planet itself. So maybe the planet doesn't like that so much. So changing the climate does have some interesting problems to deal with. As you terraform some inhospitable regions to becoming more habitable, you could inadvertently, or maybe purposefully, do the opposite, taking habitable regions and making them inhospitable, I suppose. You just have to pay attention to weather, geography, and basically nature to see what you're supposed to be doing to try and make the planet all great. The ultimate goal is to maximize the biomass across each region on the planet and to stabilize the atmosphere, at which point the storms should stop, or at least stop being so destructive, and that's the ultimate goal for Skyformer. Now, this one does have an interesting take and an interesting approach to the factory sim genre. It has a bit more environmental intertwinings of things, but we'll see how it goes over the next year, and we'll see if this small first positive step leads to a bigger success further down the conveyor belt. Now, we do also have Factory Town 2 Paradise. This is building and automating factory sim, but it is also mixing some city building mechanics. Genre mixing very popular in not just games in general these days, but you can see in factory sims as well. Mixing in another genre adds another layer and dimension to the game. So Factory Town 2, you are building a tropical village at the base of a giant sentient volcano. You're using conveyor belts, boats, trains, catapults, and zip lines to supply everything your villagers need as you move resources around, deal with logistics. You also have to deal with the environment a little bit. There's a day-night cycle, there's volumetric water physics, and the town simulation itself is also more developed from the first game. The water physics is also a good one to deal with, as you can dig trenches and place dams to control the flow of water from springs and reservoirs and all of that good stuff. And you will be crafting various items for your villagers, like tropical drinks, pastries, ice creams, cooked meals, coffee, clothes, jewelry, books, medicine, potions, all this stuff that your tropical islanders would want and need. Now, the original Factory Town did release a few years ago to very positive user reviews, so people really enjoyed the original game. This one seems to be trying to take it a step up and taking it to a tropical island locale, though it is more cartoony vibes, particularly with that sentient volcano. I think a lot of people would be enjoying this anyway. Now, it's planning for some kind of release early on in 2026, and it is more of an indie development, so we'll see how it goes. But for now, Factory Town 2, if you're into factory sims, you might want to keep an eye on this one if you're into how it looks and you like the tropical vibes. Now, if you do like the factory side of things, this next one is more on that, Captain of Industry. Although this is a factory builder simulation game, it's not just that. You are also building up residentials and sort of city building as well, where you are maintaining a population. But you have landed your crew of survivors on this abandoned island, and you need to survive by mining raw materials, growing food, building factories, manufacturing products, researching new tech, and trading with others as you become an industrial superpower. But the environment and more will be trying to put you back. You do build huge factories here, optimizing them and building trains and having logistics and conveyor belts and pipes and farming. So at first glance, this might seem like a factory sim, but you are also growing your settlement and providing for your people. You staff your factories, you have to feed your people. You build housing and provide essential resources and infrastructure like water, electricity, healthcare, and household goods. And your population will grow on its own depending on their health and happiness. So it's not a city builder per se, but it's akin to Transport Tycoon, where the more you develop and the more you process and the more you manufacture, the people naturally grow in the cities around what you have built. And all of this is building to the ultimate goal of researching and developing your way to space flight. So you become this industrial superpower and launch into space with a rocket to really put a cap on your settlement's achievements. So, Captain of Industry has been in early access for a while now, since around the middle of 2022, but they said in their early access plan that they plan to stay in early access for up to 3 years. If they stick to that, then it is actually meant to be a 2025 full release. However, as we've seen with these things, they rarely stick to their schedules. But going through early access, this game has been received very well. Very positive user reviews on Steam, almost overwhelmingly positive at 94%. So Captain of Industry is already well liked, it's already well played, and it just keeps getting better, it seems, through early access. If they can maintain that, then this can turn into something quite special when it finally does fully release. Then for another indie factory sim, Belts of Iron. This one has been coming along for a while, so the full release for Belts of Iron could be ways off. It is planning an early access release at some point, and there's no estimate for how long early access will last, so consider this to be a perpetual early access game. But I'm listing it because it is playable at least a little bit. There is a free demo for Belts of Iron at the time of recording, and there are regular development updates to see where the game is going right now. So the future potential of Belts of Iron is there, might be something you want to keep an eye on, but again, don't hold your breath for a full release for this one. In this, you are exploring, automating, and fighting in an open world, and you're building up your factory, connecting miles of conveyor belts, and you're managing power and fluid networks. The world is procedurally generated and filled with resources, and you get to harvest those resources and deal with the hostile creatures, and you can play solo or online with friends in multiplayer. Now, having said all that, this does sound pretty much like every other factory sim out there. It's got conveyor belts, it's got co-op multiplayer, it's got alien worlds and alien monsters to deal with. So the big question for Belts of Iron is, what unique thing is it gonna bring so that people would play this instead of all the other factory sims out there? Because it does have a free demo, you can have a quick look at it and see if it's one you want to keep an eye on. There is some attention to how it all is, but it really is a wait and see for this one. But if you're looking for factory sims, you probably want to know all the good potential ones out there, and Belts of Iron does have some potential. Going sci-fi with the one that we have been watching for a while, The Crust. This is a lunar base builder with a bit of factory automation, logistic management as well, where you are meant to be the savior of humanity, exploring the future on the moon. You're mining, crafting, researching, and trading resources with Earth as you are going through this narrative base builder. So this is not just a factory sim automation game, you are actually going through a story, and people have constantly been reminding me about this game, so here I am talking about it. It entered early access around the middle of 2024, so it's been a little while now, and they were planning to stay in early access for up to 12 months, but that, of course, is almost never hit. It's now past the 1-year mark in early access, and they're still going. And updates and improvements have been coming along, and the user reviews through early access are mostly positive. Recent ones are just under 80%. So that's a good sign for now. Now, this one is not just the automated factory sim type game. You are also assembling a team of colonists to live and work on your lunar colony. And each of your colonists have their own unique traits and skills that allow you to put them where they would work best to optimize your production and resource. You're also not just building on the moon, you're exploring the moon. And of course, remember, you're dealing with Earth and influencing politics and managing your colonists and their needs. And there's all these little things that come together where you are maintaining this living colony that you've built on the moon. So The Crust has been going through early access, and it is published by Crytevo, which we have seen in the past. Crytevo published games can spend years in early access, sometimes up to a decade. So we don't know when the full release for The Crust will be. They're past their initial estimation already, but it seems to be coming along, and those who have jumped in are mostly enjoying it right now. And then we have Main Sequence. This is a space sim factory builder. We are building an interstellar industrial empire. So this is building a factory in space. You're collecting resources, you're automating production, and expanding your fleet of ships to survive the inhospitability of the vacuum of space. Now, this one is also more of an indie vibe, but it's got some unique things here. So you're not just designing and building your factories, you're designing and planning your spaceships themselves, and you sail around the stars, exploring the galaxy with your mobile factory base, dealing with threats and dangers as you research new technologies and improve your ship and factory. I guess it's a ship factory? Factory ship? I guess that's what it is. Now, this one does get developer updates every once in a while, and it is having a playtest, so it is a real game and it is coming along, but there's no particular estimated release window or anything like that, so it could be a while before this fully releases or releases at all. But in terms of upcoming factory sims, the spaceship factory combination is an interesting take that I think you'd be interested in seeing at least. And that's why I wanted to show you this one. But don't wait around for this to release. You could see if the playtest is doing anything particularly interesting for you, or just keep an eye on the dev updates for now. For a recent indie hit, Mine Mogul. Here you are building and designing a factory deep underground, and it's a physics-based automation sandbox game where you mine resources, buy machines, and you master the chaos as you try to become this mine mogul, hence the title of the game. You build a sprawling factory in this unknown underground, and because it's physics-based, things aren't just like locked onto conveyor belts. They actually flow and fall and tumble, so things aren't always going to be as clean in this factory automation sim compared to other games. Now, this might look like just an indie fun little thing, but it recently released into early access, and it got overwhelmingly positive user reviews. A good of 600 user reviews at the time of recording at 96% positive. And it's in early access, planning to be in early access for 6 months to a year, so looking at the 2026 full release for Mine Mogul, but also there is a free demo. So that's probably what helps contribute to the high positive review ratings as well. A free demo, people try it, and then when they like it, then they get it. So of course, more people who get the game are actually going to like it. But the point is, enough people like it, and the people who do like it, well, they really like it. So Mine Mogul, it looks like an interesting physics-based factory sim game that you might be interested in over the coming year. And a game that's been in early access for a little bit longer, Orebound. This is a voxel-based factory automation sim where you are playing as dwarves. You are digging into the deeps and building your dwarven factory for the king, who has tasked you to locate Emberstone. You dig down into the ground, you craft and mine, and you build up and down to have this very 3D factory. Now, this one entered early access towards the end of 2024 to mostly positive user reviews. Recent reviews are over 80% positive. And for how long it's going to be in early access, it says that they were going to develop it for at least a year and then start prepping it for full release. It has been over a year at this point, and they're still developing it. There's no word on an actual full release date or anything like that, but quite a few people are enjoying Orebound right now. So the player base is still sizable enough, and I mean, it looks good. You build up these factories, lots of these conveyor belts and moving massive amounts of materials. And it's a voxel world, which means it's destructible and modifiable. It doesn't look like a voxel game, which is nice, but it looks nice, and it's all fully changeable based on how you want to dig and explode things in a vast, procedurally generated open world. So Orebound, it's a pretty good start for the first year of early access. We'll be able to see how it goes, hopefully into a full release according to schedule in 2026. Combining Stardew Valley and Factorio. Two games people really obsess over, and smashing them together might be the secret to success, or maybe it's just gonna be too much and too messy. Agromatic is an automation farming factory sim that really straddles the line between the factory sim and the factory sim and farming automation. No, wait, it's the factory automation and the farming sim game. That's the one. But it's really mashing the two together. You're designing efficient layouts, managing supply chains across zones, and optimizing your growing operation. There is a free demo for this one at the time of recording, and it's planning to release into early access at some point, looking at over a year in early access. So we're not expecting a full release of Agromatic in 2026, but maybe 2027 onwards, though it is playable in some form right now and will become more playable a little bit down the line. You do grow crops across seasons, and you manage this workforce, and you're building production chains and crafting valuable goods. And there's trains. If you want trains, there's trains in this one. So if you ever wanted Stardew Valley but with trains, then this is the game for you. And there's depots and scheduling as well. So it's trains. You're even researching technology. And one of the selling points of this one is that this works perfectly in windowed mode. So you can do your work while watching this run in the background. I have actually seen a number of life sims, farming sims, these types of games promoting that they run in the background very well. This one might be one that you set up a lot of detail and then let it run for a while as you do some other things, and you can do that split screen on your computer if you want to be doing that. Now this might have a little bit less focus on the life sim aspect of it, but it does still count, I think. It does lean much more heavily into the farming and factory sim. So Agromatic is a different take on this genre. It is pixel art, not the best looking, but still pretty decent. And I think if you're looking at these sorts of games, you would be interested in at least knowing about Agromatic. City building games are of course a favorite of many, and there are always plenty of new city building games. Some are going to be more successful than others, of course, but there's a huge variety of what we can play that's upcoming and new to play right now. So let me go through some city building games. Whiskerwood. At first glance, this might look like a Timberborn clone, and I don't think there's any getting away from that. But Timberborn is Timberborn, and Whiskerwood has some different aspects to it. So first of all, instead of beavers, this is mice, and there's a cat overlord. So you are establishing a home for your industrious mice, but you are being oppressed, held down by the oppressive paw of your cat overlords. In Timberborn fashion, you are somewhat building a city, but also building a factory with production chains and all of that managing of resource logistics. And there can be some games on this list and in general where they're mixing city building with factory sim management. And it's sometimes hard to clearly define one, like a game, into one or the other genre. So Whiskerwood, it does look somewhat improved compared to older games. And you'll be building on islands, and there's ships and shipping where there's some more water mechanics, and colonists arrive and you build ships at docks to scout beyond your island. So it's like Timberborn plus a little bit of Anno and some other things in there. So I don't think Whiskerwood is just trying to be a Timberborn reskin. They are trying to do their own things here. And that's sometimes how we get some of the best games ever. Will Whiskerwood be one of the best games ever? We cannot guarantee that right now, but there's gonna be 40 different commodities for you to gather, manufacture, or trade. You have to fulfill feline demands, otherwise you get in trouble. And you can build intricate mazes of conveyor belts, ramps, elevators, slides to move your mice around. There's also some water mechanics and steam with piping and wells and radiators and all that. So Whiskerwood, it does look very promising, and that's one upcoming city builder that I think we should keep an eye on at least. And then I want to talk about Timberborn, which is a factory sim slash city building combo of a game that we know. And for full transparency, a number of years ago, Timberborn did sponsor us. But I was committed to no longer listing Timberborn because it's been in early access for so long. But recently, they have actually announced that they are now building up to a 1.0 full release for Timberborn soon, TM, but we can expect most likely at least within the year. By the end of 2026, Timberborn will be a fully released game. If you don't know Timberborn, it is a beaver city builder slash factory automation sim, which has a lot of logistics and resource processing. and it's felt like a complete game for a long time. So everyone has kind of just said you don't have to wait for it to fully release to jump in, but now that full release is on the near horizon, I think we can actually just get into it now. Or if you want to wait for the full release, that is totally understandable. At least now you know that you won't be waiting too much longer for Timberborn to get out of early access. What could possibly be the best city builder of 2026? It's Tropico 7. Now, the city building genre itself as a whole has had its ups and downs. There was a golden age in the 90s, it went through an experimental phase in the early 2000s, it was pretty much dead around the 2010s, but then it had a revival, and then a resurgence and a renaissance, and into a whole new modern era of city building. And through pretty much all of that, except the 90s, Tropico has been a consistent presence. Even when no one else was making city building games, even as the city building genre was waning and dying, Tropico 4 and 5 released, and it's always been there. And it's a modern setting as well. In the city building genre, we don't get a lot of modern set games. They tend to be fantasy or medieval or historical or even sci-fi. Sci-fi is not common, but it's still more common than a modern urban setting. And it's because there's so much competition with the City Skylines series. So in the top 300 most played games on Steam, for context, quite often there is only City Skylines 1 and 2 pretty much next to each other. There's a lot of difficulty competing in that space, but Tropico goes on this dictatorial, greedy, naughty approach where you are running a banana republic where, yeah, you have to keep your people happy, but it's mainly to enrich yourself. And it's got this comedic approach to things, which I know not everyone is a fan of, but there isn't anything else really like Tropico. And Tropico 7, it is seeming to take the Tropico 6 building on that formula, while also bringing back certain things. You want to probably know that, yes, there are going to be political speeches again. There's going to be 5 campaign maps. Now, that doesn't sound like a lot, but Tropico maps tend to go on for a while. There's archipelagos, scenarios, sandbox maps, a random map generator. You can literally move mountains and create beaches, so there's more terraforming in this one. It's supposed to be a bit more sandboxy with this stuff. And yes, of course, Generalissimo and Penultimo return. Tropico 7, it is currently the most promising city builder of 2026, and unless something big comes along surprisingly unannounced, this is probably going to be the best city builder of 2026. Okay, now I do, of course, have to talk about City State Metropolis. This is an urban set, modern setting, city building game, which has shown off in their initial trailer some very impressive features. For example, building zonings actually fitting the curvature of roads. You can customize the buildings themselves in modular and really detailed designs. And the traffic and road building seems to be detailed and really nice as well. However, this is the City State series where City State 1 and City State 2 were from the same developer, and they were okay, but they didn't really deliver on all of its promises. Even if they technically did, it didn't really seem to deliver on the promises in ethos anyway. And City State Metropolis is aiming for a Q1 2026 early access release, and everyone is hyped about City State Metropolis because it looks to be a competitor to City Skylines and the recent City Skylines 2, which has had middling reviews and a lot of controversy surrounding it, and Colossal Order themselves now splitting from City Skylines 2, and they're going off to build their own game as well, which probably won't be anytime soon. So City State Metropolis is currently the front runner for a competitor to the City Skylines series. Having said that, City Skylines 2 is currently the most played city builder in the world. Whether you like it or not, it is the most popular. And City State Metropolis really has to nail all of its promises and really delivers on what the trailer is showing for it to have a chance at competing with City Skylines 2. Now, the trailer is obviously a very curated depiction of the game. If it does release into early access early into 2026, we will have a closer look and see what City-State Metropolis really is delivering. I am cautiously optimistic, and I really do hope that City-State Metropolis does bring us to this next level of city building. However, considering the history of the series and the fact that this is a very indie development, its potential to compete with such a massive success, despite all the downfalls of City Skylines 2, the potential of City-State Metropolis to compete is slim, but not impossible. So I would cautiously, very carefully approach City-State Metropolis when it enters early access, and we should go in hopeful, but also maybe take a closer look before fully committing to this one. An indie city builder that has some Treasure Planet vibes, I think. It's called Oriontis. We haven't seen too much of this, but it's a city builder where every choice you make shapes the destiny of this kingdom. You build and design hundreds of structures, you have this trade network going through the skies, and you defend your routes from pirates and survive against natural disasters and meteor showers and stuff like that. Some visuals here are very clearly inspired by Treasure Planet. Treasure Planet, the game, would actually be a cool idea, and I think that's what they're going for here. Though, of course, just looking at it, you can tell it's a bit more of an indie development. We don't know how this is going to turn out exactly. It's still coming soon, and there's no particular release window right now, but it's a city builder with a theme, and they're still posting updates and little glimpses of it and everything. There's monuments, there's living city, and you get to explore the cosmos. So Treasure Planet, the city builder, is a pitch that I am fully on board with. But how the game Oriontis turns out, well, we have to wait and see how they develop it and how it all comes together at the end of the day. But the idea is good. Now, I do want to mention Earth of Orin because people have been mentioning it, and it entered early access at the start of 2026 to a handful of mixed reviews. It's just under 70% positive on Steam, and it does feel kind of unfinished right now. It's got a lot of work to do, and I suppose that's fair. It's an indie dev, and they're going through early access, and there is a free demo, so you don't have to be surprised about what you're getting into. You can just try the free demo and see if you want to jump into it now or give it more time. There have been regular updates so far at the start of early access, and this is a settlement builder, city builder type of thing where you have houses, farms, workshops, roads, markets, and you survive these seasons out in this wilderness. There's this whole modular building system as well, where you can build things really to how you want them to be. There's a lot of customization, and you manage these people going through their daily lives, and it builds up to some military stuff, which is the promise right now. The current state is a very limited version of the game. There's several hours of gameplay, really. So a lot of stuff has not been implemented at the start of early access. So maybe stick to the demo for now. Things are coming along, and maybe a year from now, Earth of Orin could be this really expansive, magical game. Right now, maybe not quite yet, but it has the potential and it has the promise, so we'll see where it goes. I do want to have a quick mention of Folklands. This is a relaxing settlement builder with a retro look, and it's set in this Nordic-inspired world. You harvest resources, you produce goods, and you trade them from multiple production chains as you grow your settlement and keep your folks happy and safe and tend to their needs in this changing world. This one did enter early access earlier on in 2025 to mostly positive user reviews, but it's just a handful of user reviews at about 80% positive. This is a bit more of an indie-looking game, so it's not going to be the big blockbuster, but it's a nice, charming little go at the colony settlement builder type of stuff. So Folklands could be something that you want to try, which you can just try because there is a free demo for this one as well. So it's been getting updates and more stuff has been added. There's the refining of resources, there is trading and diplomacy, there are challenges to overcome and some disasters and stuff, and it's a procedurally generated world. So this will continue through early access, and it's planning for, they said at least 18 months, so they're planning for a full release in 2026. They might not stick to that, but that's what they're going for right now with Folklands. For one that spans a great deal of human history, Humanica. This is a city-building game about an ancient settlement, and it's supposed to be, quote, vast technological development. You're going from sticks and stones to iron tools to windmills. This has a free demo at the time of recording, and it's entering early access earlier on in 2026, with plans to be in early access for, well, they say 3 to 6 months. But for the most part, 9 out of 10 games, if not more, that says they're going to be in early access for anything less than a year. It always takes longer, and it could be many, many years, actually. But this starts in 10,000 BCE, and you'll be going from the Paleolithic Age into the Iron Age, and maybe a little bit further as well. You are observing and controlling the everyday life of settlers, building, gathering, crafting various items, farming, animal husbandry, smelting bronze and iron as you get into those ages, and all your people need to be fed and clothed. There are turn-based gameplay elements, which is an interesting twist on this. So this is a city-building game that runs in real time, but each day is an iteration of a cycle or a turn, and within which each of the settlers will have a limited time to do their work. So you need to try and organize things to be as efficient as possible, but these days essentially are working like turns. There is a world map as well, which you can explore this hexagonal world map to find new resources and animals. And there's also an interesting take on the construction and landscape. So there's a construction grid, but the grid is irregular, randomly shaped quadrilaterals. So the landscape itself is manipulatable, and it's not quite as grid-based as you might expect. There is also some military here with settlement defense. There's evil wild animals, and of course enemy nomads and bandits, which will try and attack you and destroy and raid your settlement, so you need to defend against that. The world is procedurally generated, so there's a lot to see every time you run. And overall, this does have a more simple style of visuals. So you might see it and it's maybe a little bit of an indie thing, and you might not be too interested. But Humanica does have some curious takes on the city building genre that might be little twists that pique your interest. Let me know what you think of Humanica when it enters early access. For a recent full release, Feastopia. This is a roguelite culinary city builder, and it does specifically say it's inspired by Against the Storm. So roguelite city building is like Against the Storm, where you go on a mission, you build up, you satisfy the objectives, and then you move on. And I do know a lot of people don't consider Against the Storm a proper city builder, but by any definition of the genre, it does still fit into the city building genre. And Feastopia is a somewhat more charming, cute, cartoony approach, visually speaking, where you have to satisfy, well, instead of a giant monster, it's this giant, cute, chubby thing in the center of your city, and you have to fulfill its demands, or bad things start to happen. You are building up a foodie metropolis in a bountiful land. There's randomized maps and events, and you unlock hundreds of abilities because it's a roguelite every time you play, and if you lose, then you restart and things change up the next time. There are future plans. There is a roadmap for more content, but this is not labeled as an early access game. It did fully release at the end of January 2026 to just a handful of user reviews, just about around 80% positive. So not many people really know about Feastopia, but I feel like it does satisfy a specific niche. And maybe there's this juxtaposition between its challenge and its more chill aesthetic. So maybe that contrast is off-putting, or maybe that's what makes it work. Better for you to have a closer look at Feastopia to make a decision yourself. It is considered feature complete right now, but more features are on the way for the rest of the year. So If you're not into Feastopia at the moment, see where it goes, and maybe you'll like it further down the line. Then for a physics-based survival city builder, All Will Fall. This is set in a post-apocalypse, and you are building a city in a vertical way based on a physics-based 3D construction system where the weight and the balance of things really does matter. If you just build things willy-nilly, they will fall down and collapse on top of each other. But you're also dealing with this being all built on water, and there's the ocean and weather, and you have to scavenge for resources and manage your colony so your people can survive. It's a survival city builder with a physics-based engine, and that's a very interesting take. And so far, this one has been having a free demo at the time of recording and looking to release in Q1 of 2026, and people are pretty hyped for this one. People love physics simulation games, you know, building bridges or whatever and seeing them collapse or succeed even. And this one has some brutal city building along as well. It's a survival city builder, so there's punishments for dissenters, you could say, and also other more serious themes despite its colorful, more vibrant look. But it's a pretty serious and dark world that you find yourself in this time. And things collapsing on your people also not all that good. So physics plus city building plus survival mechanics, this does have a lot of different parts that need to work together to make a good solid game. Hopefully it doesn't feel like it's just splitting its attention between these three types of gameplay. But if it brings it all together in a cohesive, solid, balanced way, then All Will Fall could be a fascinating new take on the city building genre. For another one that just got a full release, City Tales Medieval Era. Now for full transparency, this one did sponsor me in the past. This is an organic city builder which relies on districts, and you define a district space, which is pretty flexible, and then you choose what buildings go in each district, and then the district itself evolves and develops. And then there's various resources that you need to produce and farm and mine and build and craft, and then you just build up and up. It's a medieval city builder which allows more creativity with how your city forms. And there are also story beats and characters as you build through the game as well. Now this one does have a free demo as well if you want to give it a try before jumping in, but the full release seems to be generally well received. It's got very positive user reviews at 90% positive, but only a couple hundred at the time of recording. So not too many people really know about City Tales Medieval Era, and I have played it earlier on in its development, and it does play very differently from other city builders. The district system itself, the organic districts, other city builders didn't take this approach. So City Tales Medieval Era does have a specific, unique selling point that you won't really find in other games, and it might be that that's the mechanic that makes this game for you. Do have a closer look at exactly how the districts work. City Tales Medieval Era doesn't have any specific competition to itself besides general medieval city builders. If you like medieval city building but looking for a twist, then City Tales is something that is offering that. What kind of is a city builder? There is Leysara Summit Kingdom. This one was going through early access for a while, and it has now fully released in 2026. And at the start, Leysara Summit Kingdom was kind of a city builder, and it still kind of is. But the reception and how the game turned out, it kind of leaned more into being a puzzle game or just a kind of general simulation game rather than a full-on city builder. So it's continued through development and now has released into 1.0 full release. There is a campaign mode now, and the idea of this game is that you are building up a mountain, trying to, well, buildingly scaled to the top of the mountain, where you then conquer this harsh environment. There's difficult weather and disasters and breakdowns and avalanches, and you need to make your town thrive through careful planning to actually make it through this environment. Anyway, Leysara Summit Kingdom, it does have very positive user reviews at the end of the day, over 80% positive to a more niche audience it seems, but there might be something here for you. Okay, next up we've got an Asian city builder called Celestial Empire, which is basically Anno, but with some mythological and Asian inspirations. Now, this has entered early access towards the end of 2025 to very positive user reviews, over 80% positive. But I am very cautious about this one because it is published by Playway, and Playway has had its ups and downs in the past. Some Playway published games and Playway owned games have been massive successes, others not so much. For example, one earlier Playway game that released was Builders of Egypt, which had its prologue like 5-6 years ago, and somehow since the start of its prologue demo build, it finally released and it was worse than it used to be. It actually got worse. The head of Playway actually said they would be stepping back from city builders and maybe not doing those kind of projects very much anymore. But then Celestial Empire entered early access. Despite some not so great parts of the game, it has had pretty good success so far. Not the most played game, not the most popular, but an Asian city builder is rare in general. In the whole subgenre of city building, we don't have a lot of Asian city builders. Just a handful, really. So it's a huge gap in the market, and even a normal middling city builder in an Asian setting can find its success. And Celestial Empire seems to so far be doing enough to hold on to that success. Now, it's a city builder like Anno, as you would expect. You build up your city, trade on the Silk Road, deliver resources to your people and services and all that good stuff, upgrading your houses, but also dealing with gods and some mythological aspects to the game as well. It looks great. I would just be cautious about the future of these games because we have seen a lot of these types of games where they start out strong and then the game just gets weaker over time, or development slows down, or it just doesn't fully deliver on all of its promises at the end of the day. This is going to continue through early access, being in early access for at least a year, so it's possible to get a full release in 2026, but I would keep an eye on Celestial Empire and see where it goes from here. And then we have Tlatoani Aztec Cities, which is an Aztec civilization city builder. You're building from humble beginnings and dealing with trade and managing your city and conquering the area to become Tlatoani, which is emperor of your Aztec civilization. This does seem to have inspirations from the old Impressions games, and an Aztec city builder is something that a lot of people really want. It started out as more of an indie development, but has been picked up by Paradox Arc. It seems to be coming along a long way since when I first looked at it a number of years ago. Now, it does continue to look like a bit more of an indie development, so it's not the big AAA city builder. But again, Aztec city builders, like Asian city builders, we don't have a lot in that region for these kind of building games. And if Tlatoani Aztec Cities continues to refine and develop, this could be something quite interesting. This one did enter early access towards the end of 2024, so it has been a while, and they are targeting a Q1 2026 full release for the game, so it shouldn't be long now for us to see where Tlatoani Aztec Cities ends up for its full release build. It's been continuing to get updates through early access, and so far it's had a handful of very positive user reviews on Steam. It's gotten a little bit of momentum right now. Not a lot, but maybe for its full release it could add in just enough to draw some attention. Beyond These Stars. This is a city builder where you are harvesting resources and managing production chains on the back of a giant space whale. And this is actually the sequel to Before We Leave, which was a city builder in a similar vein that looked something like this. And it was building up on a planet where you are a civilization re-emerging from an underground vault, and you had to rebuild your city and then later on colonize the solar system and build up and prepare for these giant space whales to come and eat your planet in kind of an apocalyptic event. This time around, well, joke's on those whales, we're living on them now, so unless they're gonna eat each other, I think we're gonna be okay. Or will we? Because as we travel through space on the backs of these space whales, we'll be building more outposts, meeting aliens, and uncovering mysteries of the universe. So overall, Before We Leave was a pretty solid game, and Beyond These Stars is an upcoming one, and if it's just somewhat better, then it's gonna be a great time. And also, the trend of moving cities in city building games has come and gone, but it doesn't mean it has to be gone entirely. The Wandering Village just fully released, and that's a pretty solid game as well, and I think we were oversaturated on moving cities for a while. But a good city building game is a good city building game, and we can hope that's the case with Beyond These Stars. For some vertical nature, Dark Switch. Here's a new, more recently announced city building game that does actually have a free demo on Steam if you want to check out an early build of it, and it's a vertical survival city builder. You're building on a giant tree and you're defending it against the fog. You face challenges of limited space on where you can build things because you're building on a tree, so you don't have a lot of land to work with, and there's limited resources and tough moral choices. So you are surviving as best as you can with limited everything as you build up and up and defend your settlement. What we've seen so far of this game does seem pretty promising. You set up new airship routes to trade with and establish far outposts, excavating rare resources and artifacts to bring back to the big tree. And you uncover the remnants of an ancient civilization as you shape your citizens' destiny through some very complex moral decisions that you have to make. Generally, this is feeling like a nature-styled approach with vertical city building of Frostpunk, and there's going to be a campaign mode promising up to 12 plus hours of single-player story-driven gameplay with branching narratives. There's going to be a sandbox mode, there's over 80 unique buildings to build, 11 resource types, technology levels, and apparently a soundtrack from the composer of the Silent Hill series. So generally speaking, Dark Switch is a somewhat different take on the city building genre, and it's mixing in some other things. So whether you consider this a pure city builder or not, it's on an individual level for you to decide that. But I think overall, this is one that is going to be interesting watching moving forward. Going down into the depths, we do have a city builder set in Hell called the Hell City Builder of the Dead. Now, for full transparency, this one did sponsor me in the past, but today we are not sponsored by them. That's just to let you know. But this is an interesting and unique take on a city builder where you have these missions where you're going through the game and you're dealing with various mythological and powerful gods slash monsters slash titans from various cultures, and notably from cultures we don't always deal with. Now, the interesting thing here is you are building up a city of the dead where souls are flowing into your city from some real-world disaster, and you gather up these souls and convert them into workers in your city who you then use to produce resources. And sometimes you sacrifice these workers for the resources themselves, like you need blood to run things. Where do you think the blood comes from? And you then deal with the challenge of facing this titan, which is just messing up things in the underworld along with the real surface world as well. So you're trying to pacify these monsters while also running your city, which your city itself has a tech tree to work your way through, there's spells to cast, monuments to build, and objectives to hit. Now, this is a very narrative city builder, which we don't see very often, where each mission has its own story, and each mission story then links to the next mission story, having this overarching narrative. Having said that, they are adding in a sandbox freeform build mode, which has been popularly requested. As they add in this new game mode, you should be able to play how you want, going through the very challenging, almost puzzle-solving like campaign missions. But if you just like the building and managing of your underworld city, they're now going to be adding in this more sandbox, freeform, large-scale city builder as well. This has been going through early access with a small handful of mostly positive user reviews, Though this game is trying a lot of new things, so it's a bit unorthodox and a bit hard to understand at the start. It's a new one, it's trying some new stuff, innovation tends to be a bit messy, and that's understandable on my side. And they are planning to stay in early access for up to a year, so we can look forward to some kind of more full release in 2026, depending on how development goes. Nova Roma is one of the most hyped and anticipated upcoming city builders. And you might be wondering why. At first glance, this seems like a low poly, simple little indie thing, but this is from the developers of Kingdoms and Castles, which is a very successful city builder from 2017. Just for context, that has received almost 20,000 user reviews on Steam at over 90% positive. Although it might not be the most popular game today, Kingdoms and Castles did hit its stride. And Nova Roma is the next game from these developers. It seems to be an ancient Roman take on their previous formula. There's gods and powers happening, there's fluid water dynamics, and generally you are building Rome in a low poly world with complex supply chains which you need to set up and manage to meet your needs of your citizens. This is a survival resource management city builder, as you would expect, and I think the way it looks is gonna be important here. If you like the way it looks or you're okay with the way it looks, then this is gonna be one to watch. If you can't stand the low poly or voxel aesthetic, then this one, you might want to consider it, but not liking these graphics is, it's personal preference. It's nothing wrong with that. There are other games on this list that you will be more interested in, but I thought I should tell all of you about Nova Roma, and it's hopefully going to be releasing in some form soon. Metropolis 1998. This is intending to be a fresh, modern take on city building, but personally it actually vibes like it's a throwback to Sim Town. Now, you probably know Sim City, and Sim Town was a kids game in around 1995, and it was stripped down and simplified with a bit of environmental resource management, but you basically controlled and managed the people a little bit closer. So it's not city, it's a bit more zoomed in, and Metropolis 1998 akins itself in that style, where the individual citizens living in your city and the real-time traffic and the deeper simulation caused by just zooming in a little bit more is here. Now, the pixel art aesthetic here is very much a nostalgic retro vibe. It's got this isometric graphics, pixel art designs, and personally, as someone who loves pixel art, this is something that really gels well with my tastes and preferences, but might not be so much up your alley. Let me know what you think of how this game looks. This one does have a free demo running right now though, so you can just jump in and check it out, and it'll be launching into early access, and might be in early access. The plan is for up to 2 years, but Metropolis 1998 is intending to become pretty much playable soon. Historicity Florence. Florence city builder specifically is an interesting one. It's kind of a Roman city builder, but it's not Rome, and this is set during the Renaissance. It's a mission-based survival city builder / colony sim where you're rebuilding Renaissance Florence after the aftermath of the Black Plague. Or rather, not after the aftermath, just in the aftermath of the Black Plague. There's droughts, there's disasters, you have to build a Florence cathedral, you get to hire Michelangelo, and you survive various events, and there's specifically an authentic Renaissance lute soundtrack if you are a music aficionado and a history buff. This one does also have a free demo, and it's been coming along for a while. We've been watching Historicity Florence develop over the times. I feel like it should be entering early access this year because it feels due, particularly with the demo running. I will be anticipating how this turns out and seeing how it develops, but it's interesting to see a historical city builder set in Italy / well, where Rome kind of is, but in Italy, but it's not an ancient Roman city builder. It's a slightly different take, which I think is going to be interesting. Then for one that we have been watching for a while, Pompeii the Legacy. Fun fact or unfun fact, we actually went 15 years without a Roman city builder. And that seems impossible to believe, but I looked into it, that is the case. From 2009 with Grand Age's Rome, we then didn't get any ancient Roman city builder for 15 years until 2024, where suddenly we've got a lot of them again. So if you see a lot of ancient Roman city builders these days and think it's too many, well, it's okay. We went 15 years with 0 of them, and Pompeii the Legacy is one of the newest ones, and it is of course set around the themes of Pompeii, where there's a giant volcano. But it is an ancient Roman city builder, so you'll be dealing with politics, intrigue, surviving the everything that happens in ancient Rome. There's laws that you can shape, you expand trade across the empire, you will of course face disasters, particularly a giant volcano, and you're commanding legions in optional real-time battles. It's interesting that the combat here is very specifically said to be optional, because I do know a lot of city building players, they can be split in their opinions between whether combat and military is important, or even if combat is included optionally in a game. I have received a number of comments where if combat is introduced even optionally, they find that the game is distracted from the city building. Because even if it's optional, well, development resources and gameplay mechanics are built around the idea that there could be combat, so the city building could be compromised. I don't know, I don't really find that the case, but I thought I should clarify that the combat here is specifically optional, which may or may not cater to your tastes. Visually, this one is looking better than its earlier looks, and it seems to be coming along. From that point on, anything could happen through early access. Starrio Haven Tower. Now, this one was also a sponsor in the past for full transparency, and this is early access later on in 2025, and this one has been getting over 90% positive user reviews. And this is a vertical city builder where you are a people that are coming out of the ground and you're trying to build essentially like the Tower of Babel. You're just building upwards and upwards and upwards. You're adding more layers to your tower, and they have this brace technology which allows you to expand out to the sides to quite a degree, because you build these scaffolds and then you can build on top of the scaffolds, but you can also build on the scaffolds itself sideways, and you can have some weird constructions and shapes that all come together. And then as you go up into the sky, you go through various layers. Close to the ground, it's like dusty and dry, but then you get higher up and then it's like really wet and moist. And then you get up into the sky and into the stars, and there's a lot to manage as you go up and down, because then you get this huge logistical problem of how do you get the best water production, which is like in the middle layer of the atmosphere, and then you can drop water down, but then how do you get water up? So then how do you have people living higher up, and where do they get the water from? And then what about food? Food might grow at a different layer. So it's all about managing your space and getting your efficiency up, but then also figuring out how do you move your resources up and down your tower to make sure everyone can survive. So Starrio Haven Tower, it's early access and looking at 6 to 12 months as well, so it's probably a 2026 full release for this one. You can just check it out yourself. For a cozy one that many of you have been talking about, Town to City. This is a voxel game that just looks like a charmingly wonderful 3D pixel game. Town to City, at first glance, you might think it's one of those casual, cute, relaxing games where you're just kind of sandboxy building things around. But Town to City is actually kind of a city builder, and it has stuff that expands on the earlier games. Now, this is from the developers of Station to Station, which was a train puzzle game, and that also kind of feeds into the idea that maybe this is not quite a full-on city builder. I think this is reaching that point where if you're a city building player, you would be interested in this. And also, nothing else quite looks like this. It's a semi-modern setting to it, so there's not much in that space as we know, but also it's a voxel approach to visuals, which it is hard to execute. So in this one, you are shaping your city. It is a creative game because you are customizing and decorating it exactly how you want it to be. But you are also growing your economy. You're assigning jobs, researching new buildings and decorations, and you're boosting your sleepy settlement into a bustling center of commerce as you expand out. There's a campaign, sandbox modes, it's gridless city building, there's town and citizen management, lots of customization, a photo mode, because you need one in a game like this, and it's just chill, relaxing vibes. So Town to City is one that I think some of you will be really interested in, particularly when so many of the others are either super complex, detailed, mechanical, logistical nightmares, or super difficult survival city builders where you need to fight against the environment. Town to City fills the other side of things. Nice, chill, relaxing times with creative stuff as well. Now, I do have to mention Manor Lords, which in recent times it's taking so long to do updates. Manor Lords was meant to release in 2025, and it's been coming along and it's made some updates and improvements in its first year of early access, but then it kind of went into a lull. It's not that it's a bad game. Manor Lords looks amazing, it's wonderfully optimized, surprisingly magically so. Plays like a survival city builder, a medieval city builder. There's RTS military, there's region conquering and stuff, so there's a lot to it already. But what it's promising to be is a lot more. And after going so long without getting clear updates, it gets a bit tiring waiting on an update. But I don't think it's going to be releasing soon. And before some of you say that this is a solo developer, that's why it's taking so long, Manor Lords started as a solo dev project. It is not anymore. It has a publisher called Hooded Horse, which publishes a lot of great games. And also, there's a team working on the game now. If you go to the main menu of Manor Lords, click on credits and read all the names. It's not a solo dev anymore. It is still a popular game, and lots of people are playing it. It's in the top 10 most played city builders in the world right now. But anyway, Manor Lords, maybe it'll fully release within a year. Mandate Order. This, at first glance, basically looks like Asian Manor Lords, and I'm pretty sure that's what they're going for. This was a more recent announcement and reveal, and it really does seem to be like a continuation of an attempt to make those more Asian or Chinese-inspired city-building games. Celestial Empire did get decent enough reception, though that was more like a Chinese Anno game. Mandate Order does seem to be a more militaristic approach, so there is wall building, there is military, and it's a strategy game with city building elements, so that's kind of like Manor Lords. There is a playtest going on right now, so it's not a full secret of what this is, and it might be a bit heavy on the conquering and military, but there is some worship, religion systems, and there is a lot of building here as well. So for the most part, people are seeing this as a city builder / strategy game, like they do with Manor Lords, and people tend to want Manor Lords in every single genre. But Mandate Order is a more recent announcement, so you probably haven't quite heard of it yet. But if this continues to get traction, then maybe if you're watching this in the future, this is one of the more known unknown ones. A city building game that I would suggest taking some caution, Wild West Pioneers. This is a modern city builder, but set in the old Wild West, and you're going to be building and managing a growing town, establishing production chains, scouting for new outposts, and building trade routes to support your settlements. This is supposed to be going into early access in 2026, with maybe 1 year in early access, but it could take longer than that. Now, the reason why I would say that you should take a little bit of caution with this one is because it's published by Toplitz Productions, which does have some incredible hits, but also a lot of games which didn't quite hit its mark. So a game like this could really be either way when it comes out and into release. Now, there is a free demo at the time of recording, but it's gonna be a long ways to full release, and Wild West Pioneers might be able to do it, but I thought I should just let you know about it and share a word of warning. Now, these final two city builders are definitely games you've never heard of because no one's heard of them, but rumors abound. Tilted Mill is back in action. Tilted Mill, if you don't know, are somewhat grown from Impressions developers from back in the day, and they worked on Pharaoh and moved on to work on games like Children of the Nile and Caesar 4. There was this promise to make a game called Medieval Mayor, supposed to be a 2D isometric city building game in the style of Impression city builders, but with a medieval setting, but it never came to fruition. It never got made, and that was back in 2013? Over a decade later, Tilted Mill has been reformed and they are working on something. They have not really confirmed exactly what it is. The biggest guess right now is Medieval Mayor, maybe, question mark. It could be that, it could be something else, but it is exciting that Tilted Mill is back. Whatever they make, it'll be very interesting to see how they go about it. Maybe we could get a good city builder out of this. If it's not Medieval Mayor, or if it's some other kind of game, then sorry, it's not a city building game, but it might be. It is an unknown, unheard of game because it's not been announced yet, besides the fact that they are working on something. And I thought I should share that because it is interesting, and I think anyone who likes the old Impression city building games or Caesar 4 or Children of the Nile, they would want to know that Tilted Mill is working on something. We'll probably see what it is later on. And then there is Triskel Interactive, who are no doubt working on something right now. Triskel Interactive made a game called Lethis, Path of Progress. And that was an okay city builder inspired by Impressions games in a fantasy steampunk world, so the idea of it was just almost perfect. But the execution of Lethis 1 was leaving a lot to be desired. It didn't quite have all the mechanics it needed. Aesthetically, like visually was okay, but sound design-wise, there was a lot missing. It generally just turned out to be okay, not a long-term success. They were beginning to work on Lethis 2, and from what they showed off from some artwork, it was looking almost perfect like what I wanted. It was like a Ghibli-styled Impressions city builder in a fantasy steampunk world. It looked fantastic. But in the meantime, as they were working on that in the background, they were hired to create Pharaoh: A New Era by a publisher. So they were recruited to do that first, and they've done that and have finished that, and they've now gone back to working on something. And I'm hoping it's Lethis 2, or maybe .emu has contracted them to remake another Impression city builder. It could be either, it could be something else entirely, but what Triskel Interactive is doing is going to be of interest for the city building genre fans. And whether it's Lethis 2 or an Impressions remake, both will be on my radar the moment they confirm what it is. If it's something else entirely, I'd still be interested to know about it, but we'll see what it is. I did want to share with all of you that Triskel Interactive is most likely working on something. It's probably a city builder, and we'll most likely find out something about it in the coming year. Hopefully, anyway. Kind of like city builders, but zoomed in and smaller scale. Colony simulation games and colony sims in general have a more focused, smaller population kind of approach to life simulation. You are still managing a group of people, but you tend to have to be a lot more detailed with each individual life here. So colony sims, there's a lot out there, and some are inspired by what we know. We'll see if you can find anything you want. Now, a big one that has been in early access for a long time is Songs of Six. This one entered early access in 2020. It's been almost 6 years. But if you like Dwarf Fortress, this is the biggest alternative. It's got overwhelmingly positive user reviews on Steam. At the time of recording, just at about 7,000 user reviews. And there's a solid enough player base who keeps playing this game, and it's continuing through early access. Now, the original release window for Songs of Six was for 2023 for a 1.0 full release. They edited that and said it'll be Q1 2025. They edited that and said It's just gonna be done when the developer is happy with it. The free demo can give you a good idea of how the game is right now, but if you like Dwarf Fortress, this is bringing it to another style kind of thing. Now, Songs of Six, the biggest debate I've had personally with it is, does it go into a city building list or a colony sim list? And as far as I can tell, based on any logical definition of the two genres I can come up with, Songs of Six precisely straddles the line between city builder and colony sim. Vibes-wise, I would say Songs of Six leans more towards Dwarf Fortress than Sim City, so I would say this still slightly leans, vibes-wise, in the direction of colony sim, but I'm pretty sure that if you like Dwarf Fortress, you will love Songs of Six, and so far people have been enjoying how this has been. It's a fantasy world with tens of thousands of units. Your population can go up into the tens of thousands, and it's a living world with huge-scale city building, grand tactical battles, nobility and slaves and caste systems, all of this great stuff. It really is like a political building colony sim at this point, and there's just so much to it. And yeah, if you're looking for something that's more like Dwarf Fortress, you know, kind of fantasy setting, top-down view, then Songs of Six is the alternative that has really taken off. I wanted to share something that seems different and new. It's called Trailblazers Into the March. Now, at first glance, this does seem like a simulation game, but then you're moving through a world in FTL style. So if you don't know the game FTL, it's a spaceship game where you manage a little bit of a crew and you survive going through a galactic map. Now, this one is kind of like that, but your ship is somewhat more unique and way more expanded. It's essentially turning your ship into a full-blown colony sim, and you are still going through the world. And it is FTL style where you can fight other colonies that you encounter. It just really seems very interesting. I know it's a bit of a hybrid of a genre, but I think you'd be interested into this one. So this visually does look unique. The art style seems vibrant, and nothing else really quite looks like this, so I do appreciate how it looks, though it does still have the typical colony sim vibe. We're going to be seeing lots of inspirations from games like, of course, Dwarf Fortress, RimWorld, Oxygen not included. We're going to see similarities in this section, but Trailblazers Into the March does seem to bring its own twist and flavor to pretty much everything. You are nurturing your crew, your moving home can be customized, your tactical land ship battles will be destroying you or destroying them, and it is a rogue-lite journey through the world. This is on the way now. It's been going through development with some much clearer reveals over the past year, and it would be reasonable to say that this could become somewhat playable in 2026, but there is going to definitely be some demos and playtests, which they are already prepared for Trailblazers Into the March. Then we have kind of a colony sim, logistics, base building, business game. It's a bit hard to categorize this one. It's called Solar Gene, and it fully released at the start of 2026 to a good few hundred, mostly positive user reviews, over 70% positive. And it is a sci-fi game where you are managing personnel, designing and developing colonies and orbital stations across the solar system. You mine resources, establish logistics, you research technologies, trade, you complete missions. And this is mixing and matching a lot of different little genres of games. I think overall this is going to be more of a logistics simulation game with some colony sim business management in it. And it does have a free demo. It's a bit hard to really communicate exactly what this game is, so thankfully there is a free demo. So if you look at it and it seems cool and interesting to you, then you can just give it a try. You're building colonies across this solar system. You develop and establish off-world colonies with specializations, spaceports, mining outposts, agricultural complexes, tourist resorts, scientific bases, orbital stations, but then you're also processing and moving resources around in this logistics factory kind of sim setup. Then there's all the technologies that unlock as you play through the game. So there's a lot to Solar Gene. It has fully released. It is getting some updates a little bit. You can have a look and see if you want to jump into this one. We haven't seen too much of Architect of Ruin, but just at first glance, this looks very interesting. It's a hand-drawn sword and sorcery colony sim game. You're farming, hunting, building, and surviving as you rebuild an ancient temple under the gaze of a vengeful god. And just the vibes of it looks like it could really be cool. You're kind of running this cult, you're leading followers to build a base, and there's farms and ritual chambers and defensive fortifications. There's a whole madness system in there, righteous paladins, rival cults, the occasional angry mob, and you can fight them off with steel, sorcery, or an army of reanimated thralls. This feels kind of like Cult of the Lamb, but different, and the visual style maybe looks a bit more like Don't Starve, but not quite. Architect of Ruin is fascinating to me. We haven't seen too much, and it's still coming soon at the time of recording. We don't know when this is going to release, but it's like mixing RimWorld, Cult of the Lamb, Don't Starve, a little bit of Dwarf Fortress, Dungeon Keeper. I don't know, it's just got those vibes, and I think just looking at the game, you probably want to know more. Well, we'll keep an eye on Architect of Ruin and see where it goes from here. For another old game that's going through early access still, Going Medieval. This one has been in early access since the middle of 2021, so it's half a decade about right now, and it was supposed to be in early access for at least a year. Well, that's technically correct. It's been getting updates through the years, and this is a medieval building colony sim type game where you build and manage your own castle settlement in this wilderness where you have to survive with strategy, and it's a medieval world, so people are coming to take the stuff you have and you have to fight them off as you hunt and forage and build and craft and manage your people to survive here. Now, this got a lot of building to do with it, a lot of strategy to do with it, and it's a moddable sandbox world. So people have generally been liking Going Medieval. It's got many user reviews at about 90% positive. People kind of love Going Medieval. It's been going through early access, and the roadmap does show that their 1.0 release is kind of the next step. Update 16 was like the last big update, and 1.0 is supposed to be next. So maybe, finally, Going Medieval could get a full release in 2026? Maybe? We'll see how it goes. Going Medieval, it's already proven itself, and it's probably going to get a full release sometime over the next year. Maybe. Trying to be a realistic colony sim, there's Possible One Lunar Industries. For full transparency, this sponsored me in the past. Supposed to be a realistic lunar moon colony sim. You're using real-world technologies to plan and grow your colony, mine resources, and you ship them to Earth to keep the board of directors happy. This is calling itself a science-based colony sim, where it is supposed to be true to life in terms of what you can build and do in this game. It's as if we really did want to go to the moon and extract resources to send them back. Now, that is quite an attempt, and it's going to be interesting to see how they balance the realism with the fun, because realistic stuff can be a little bit tedious, but then also, well, once you turn it into a game, this can be really engaging because of the realism, because of the science. And you end up learning a lot as well, which is cool. Possible One Lunar Industries is planning for some kind of release in the middle of 2026, but there is a free demo right now if you want to give it a try and see if it's living up to the realistic claims. You can just try it for free and then see if you want to wait for its release later on in the year. Possible One Lunar Industries is a different take to colony sims, but also mixing it with realistic simulators. But I think it is mostly a colony sim, but it's kind of a business thing as well, because you're trying to send resources back for the board of directors. It's have a look at possible One Lunar Industries, and then maybe this is the colony sim approach that you want, and it is different from everything else. Next, we've got one that we've been watching for a little bit. It's called Crown of Greed, and to be clear, I am pretty cautious about this one. This is a Majesty-inspired colony sim game, and if you don't know Majesty, it's kind of a town builder, but it's not a city builder, and it looks and plays a little bit like an RTS, but you don't have direct control of your people or units. You sort of put out contracts and try to influence your people to do what you want them to do. And that Majesty-style approach to games has been pretty popular in some of the successors recently. Crown of Greed is one of them, and many are excited for it because it looks great, it looks visually very nice. There is already a free demo that you can try for this one, though this is a playway game and those can go in any direction. But the demo has been getting updates as well, and it is planning for some kind of more proper release in the first quarter of 2026. So Crown of Greed, you are mastering this indirect management system. You gotta skillfully influence your subjects and heroes to how you want things to be, and you eventually claim the throne and build these kind of cities and expand your kingdom to make a ton of money as well. You, of course, have to enrich yourself as you, well, maybe enrich everyone else while you're at it. It's a grim, dark-looking game, and maybe this could be something really interesting, but I will still be cautious. Crown of Greed, when it has its release in 2026, have a closer look at what it is, double-check the reviews, and maybe it's one you want to be jumping into. Now, maybe the opposite of grimdark, Croakwood. Here is a charming, idyllic, very quaint village where you are building this town, and it's about frogs and nature. You design and create structures, you plan and decorate the town, and you explore an ancient forest guiding the growth of this community. It's all really all about these anthropomorphic amphibians in a lush and wild woods. A playtest has been ongoing for this one, and after some more serious grimdark games, some chill, cartoony, vibrant-looking ones are also welcome on a list like this. And your colony here might be less about surviving a harsh reality and more about just thriving in a little nature paradise. There is some creative expression here with customizations and styles that you can use, and you're basically taking care of your froglings, frog people, in their day-to-day lives as they themselves want to express their own personalities in their own unique ways. You guide these frogs to manage the economy, and the townsfolk gain or craft each resource by hand. You meet goals to unlock new areas and buildables to expand Little Croakwood. So this is a welcome addition to the list, though of course probably not all of you are into this, but I wanted to mix it up at the beginning of this section so there's a little bit something for everyone before things start looking very similar as they tend to do once we really look at all the options we have. But Croakwood, it has been coming along. A release of some kind in 2026 is reasonable to expect with the ongoing playtests, and we'll see how it turns out. And then there's Harrowlands. Now, at first glance, this seems to be a kind of medieval fantasy RimWorld, and maybe that's what a lot of people just want. Because RimWorld is already so popular, but it is a sci-fi game, and just quite often when you take a sci-fi game and make it fantasy, or you take a fantasy game and make it sci-fi, that alone is enough to make a game blow up in popularity. In Harrowlands, you are surviving in this settlement. There's a mystical realm, there's intricate base building mechanics, and you're guiding your inhabitants, which themselves have social bonds and skills and abilities. There's 3 unique races for your people as well. Each character has their own backstory, affinities, and it affects how they work, fight, and socialize. It's a massive procedurally generated world, so that adds the replayability as you would expect in a game like this. There's trade and diplomacy, a kingdom system, invasions of enemies. You can imagine RimWorld, basically. But there's also quest and conquer, embarking on heroic quests to rescue prisoners and vanquish monsters. There's ancient temples with loot, and it is promising comprehensive modding support as well, which if you are trying to make a game that's like an existing popular game, but with a twist, you do want to enable modding and allow people to take it further. Anyway, Harrowlands is planning for an early access release in 2026, planning to spend another year or two in development. So it's a little unclear when the full release of Harrowlands would be. The current schedule is for a 2027 or 2028 full release, but of course it could go much longer. I don't think if Harrowlands releases into early access at a decent enough state, people generally don't mind how long early access goes. So Harrowlands seems cool. We'll see how it releases in the year. On the move is Steel Artery, a train city builder, it's calling itself, but I would not call this a city builder. This is a colony sim. Now, this is a side-scrolling with vertical construction colony sim, which takes place on a train. You build up your logistics and resource management, and you get your train functioning, and then you move through the world on the rails as you survive and try to keep all your people alive. Population can get pretty high here, but that means when things go wrong with resource production or processing, a lot of people can start starving, and a notable point here is if people get too desperate, they could just eat each other, I guess? That kind of solves a lot of problems. Too many mouths to feed? Well, why don't you feed some mouths with some of those mouths to feed? Well, anyway, Steel Artery has been having a bit of a demo. We have tried it. It was really rough in 2025, or rather lacking a lot of features in 2025. Now, it is planning for some kind of release in 2026. It's unclear if it'll be an early access release or full release, but a moving colony sim, as you can see, is a bit of a trend. It's not the first one in this section. And moving city builders was a big trend over the past decade, and it seems like that trend is coming to the colony sim genre as well. Even in RimWorld, you can now move your base around, and this moving or changing of location building games, I think, is starting to permeate all building games. Steel Artery, the pixel art does look detailed and nice. In the demo, it could have done with a few more animations, but it was a demo. When it really all comes together, if it can be refined, the UI, the animations, and adding in all the promised mechanics, this could be something quite special. Though it does feel a bit more of an indie game, even though it is published by Crytivo, which could mean it'll be in early access or development for very long. But I'm interested to see how Steel Artery turns out. Continuing the motion, but beneath the surface, it's Underground Nomads. Here is a colony sim where you are in a giant drill, and you're drilling through the earth, and your people and you are all dwarves. It's a modern take on the fantasy dwarf delving into the depths, and you are going towards the planetary core. So you literally, your goal is to dig as deep as physically is possible on this planet. You couldn't dig too deep even if you tried, but it might be too deep anyway. You manage your crew, you complete expeditions, you gather resources, upgrade gear, and you do have to make tough choices because these colony sims tend to be survival games and not everyone is going to survive. You reach an abandoned city and you're trying to bring your people back home because they've been trapped in the depths for far too long. But of course, this is a submersible kind of construction. So imagine you're basically building a colony in a submarine, but you're underground. And that means things happen, leaks happen, fires break out, stuff breaks down, and you got to fix things on the go when you might not have everything you need. You can research to upgrade stuff, and you dig up more and more valuable resources and materials that can enhance your drill train. Of course, there's multiple biomes as you go through the layers and sections of the Earth's crust and core. Underground Nomads has been on the way. There is a playtest that's kind of ongoing, and it seems like a promising colony sim that I think many of you would be into if it really is everything it promises to be. For a pixel art looking RimWorld type game is Dungeon Settlers. This is also combining some ideas. So obviously the base building, as you can see at first glance, it's kind of a RimWorld type thing, but your expeditions here are dungeon crawling. Your people go out after building a settlement in a barren land, and you have to provide food and shelter, and you lead them into this merciless dungeon, overcoming challenges and using combat and strategy to clear things out, find more stuff, and level up your characters with new abilities. And it's real-time with pause combat, so these expeditions are basically in your control, and you are doing these real-time with pause tactical battles in the dungeon. So in many of these colony sims, you tend to be able to send out expeditions and things happen and then they report back. This one, the expeditions, the combat, going out and exploring and conquering and defeating monsters and stuff, that's all visible. That's all in your control. It's part of your gameplay. And that's why Dungeon Settlers is mixing colony sim plus dungeon crawling. And that does seem pretty interesting. Although the pixel art, I am a big fan of pixel art, I've mentioned many times, but the pixel art here seems generally decent. We have seen better pixel art expressions in this, but this is not bad. We've seen much worse than this as well. This looks pretty good. And the UI and everything seems thematic enough. And Dungeon Settlers is planning for a release in Q3 of 2026. It is a bit more of an indie development, so we'll see how the development really goes over the coming year. Dungeon Settlers, it's got a lot going for it. For something very different, Ground of Aces. Now at first glance, this might not look like a colony sim. It looks like one of those base building games where you set up a base and maybe it's even more of a Tycoon type game. We've seen a lot of games that look like this, but actually watching the gameplay of Ground of Aces, you're not just taking command of this remote military air base, you are managing your people and really sort of like setting work schedules, which is a kind of real indicator of a colony sim. You're going out and building things and harvesting resources and constructing things in a very unorthodox setting. So this is a little bit hard to place, but a lot of it does vibe like a colony sim. So I'm not too sure whether this really belongs in this section, but it does feel like maybe you'd be into it, but maybe not. It's a really weird one. Now this has been going through early access since the middle of 2025 to very positive, over 80% user reviews on Steam. And they are planning for 1 year in early access as a small indie team, so it's aiming for a 2026 full release, though indie team means anything can change, and I mean, even with full published AAA games, anything can change, but indie games, they don't have as much pressure to really release on schedule, but they are aiming for 2026. Ground of Aces, it's something different. It may or may not be what you're looking for, but I didn't want to leave it out just in case. Now, we've seen inspirations from other survival popular colony sims. Oceaneers is obviously inspired by Don't Starve. Now, Don't Starve is typically a more survival game than colony sim, as it's more focused on a singular character. Even if it's multiplayer, that's, I suppose, a bit more of a colony sim, but you're not really managing a colony. Oceaneers is more of a colony sim. It's a survival crafting colony sim in a flooded world, and you're stuck on these islands, and you have to build a colony, craft gear, design rafts, and survive on those rafts as you go to other islands. And you uncover old technology and more stuff. So it seems primitive at the start, but then things get more and more advanced. Don't Starve successor, or rather a Don't Starve inspired game. A lot of people obviously love Don't Starve. Oceaneers is a nice take on things, a lot less land, a lot more water. It does change up the gameplay, and you are managing your people as you just try and survive and expand in a world that pretty much wants to destroy you from the get-go. There is supposed to be a deep storyline and plot that you uncover as you are farming crops and cooking meals and building structures, and even improving the island buoyancy with contraptions, because these islands themselves are maybe not so permanent. They could sink or be raised up. So these islands themselves can be changed and influenced by you, and they are changing by themselves as well. So Oceaneers is planning for a Q2 2026 release. There is a free demo right now, but middle of the year, Oceaneers should be much more playable, and we'll see whether it's something that sets itself apart enough from its inspirations, or maybe it's just too similar. Then I know you're gonna recognize the inspiration for this one as well. I do know there's a lot of inspired games here, but that's how a lot of good games are made. They just get inspired by something that already exists, and Adaptory was obviously inspired by Oxygen Not Included. Now, I do want to clarify that many of these games are inspired by current popular games. Those current popular games are also inspired by things before. Basically, every colony sim is some kind of copy of Dwarf Fortress. And Dwarf Fortress itself has its own inspirations, namely Dungeons & Dragons and some things like that. But Adaptory is also set in uncharted space, and your expedition got a bit lost. Your ship crash lands, and you are now stuck in this place where you have to master complex simulations, keep your explorers alive, face challenges, and figure out a way to get back home. Now, this is releasing right at the start of 2026 into early access, but there is a free demo as well. Early access is meant to be going through early access and in development for about a year, so it is looking at a 2027 full release, but it will be playable for all of 2026 in some form. Maybe this will be a take that you want to get in on, but its similarities to Oxygen Not Included are quite obvious. The art style is also a cartoony, a bit more paper cutout style, which I think some would say is not quite as compelling as Oxygen Not Included. So the real challenge for Adaptory is how is it going to set itself apart from Oxygen Not Included? Will it only appeal to people who have overplayed ONI for too much and they would just want something different but not too different? Or will it actually have something where Oxygen Not Included players will be like, hey, that Adaptory, try something there. That bit looks interesting. Though it is going to go through early access, and I'm sure they'll get plenty of feedback on what to do as they go through the game. We'll see how it goes for Adaptory. Next up is Spaceslog. So since RimWorld got their spaceship moving function to the game, there is this game which kind of focuses on that almost entirely. You build your spaceship, you manage your crew, and you explore the cosmos. The ship is simulated with systems, and there's a lived-in universe with challenges. Things will change up with each playthrough. This one does seem like a more simple indie approach to things, but that's how a lot of games do get started, and just really expanding on the space exploration things, that could be what really sets this apart. Spaceslog has been in development for a while, but it is going into early access in April 2026. You can expect this to be in early access for a long time, but the goal is to fully release in February 2027. They are planning for a specific month to release, somewhat just under a year from the start of early access. We'll see if Spaceslog can stick to that, but there's supposed to be much more added in: random encounters, relationships between different crew members, hydroponics, illness systems and diseases, alien races, a galaxy map, all sorts of new simulation stuff added to your spaceship and the environments as well. There is a roadmap to see where all of this is going, and it could be pretty good. And it is also promising much mod support for Spaceslog. So this could be, as long as it has a decent enough start, mods could bring it further, development will bring it further, but we'll have to see over the year whether it is actually smooth sailing or it really is just a slog. And then for a colony sim that's Majesty inspired, that for full transparency did sponsor us in the past, it's called Gold Adventure Gold. Now today we're not sponsored, but Gold Adventure Gold is an interesting one that's been going through early access since about the middle of 2025, and they are planning to fully release in 2026. This has gotten mostly positive user reviews, just under 80% positive at the time of recording, and this is, as I mentioned, a Majesty-inspired game, not the first one in this section, and this is another Majesty-inspired game where you don't have direct control of your citizens. Now, the main thing that really sets this one apart is the theme. It's got this cartoony, vibrant approach that mixes in anime-esque styles, but also quite violent and intense themes and graphics, and it might at first glance look like a funny little cartoony thing, but the approach they're going with it is quite brutal. The UI is very thematic, and I do appreciate that, and it also, you have this god creature that you nurture and grow in a kind of black and white style, where you are managing your colony, you're earning a lot of money through these adventurers and heroes, you're building up structures and defenses against waves of enemies, and then you grow this creature that can help you fight and do things as you go through the game. Now, it is going through early access, so there's a lot of stuff that's been added and changed over the past months, and with more buildings and more heroes and units and your god beast getting better and monsters and dungeons and stuff. So a lot has been going on with this game through early access, and we will see whether its full release really convinces a lot more people. But right now, Gold Adventure Gold is a little bit different. Maybe the theme, as long as you're into the theme, I think you'd be into this game. And then for a colony sim that has been going for a while, Norland. Norland is this medieval colony simulation game where you're dealing with class conflict, religious struggle, political treachery. But of course you have to make sure your people have their needs fulfilled and they are surviving, and you do uncover lost knowledge from a fallen empire as you uncover and engage with plots and deceit. Now, this has been in early access since the middle of 2024, so it's been a while, approaching 2 years in early access, and there is no full commitment to when it will fully release, but people have been enjoying Norland through early access with very positive user reviews, just about 80% positive. This is a colony sim that maybe is a slightly bigger scale, but not quite a grand strategy, and it's not quite a city building game. It's still a colony sim, I would say, and its visual style, obviously you can see its inspirations from existing colony sims that have been pretty popular, and this medieval take seems to be working out. People really enjoy this one. But the politics of medieval life, I think particularly, is what makes this work, where it's not just surviving, it is also dealing with quite a believable world so far. This survival colony sim that's at a slightly grander scale with some 4X grand strategy elements to it. It's hard to really say where this should land in terms of genre categorization. But for now, I'm gonna put it here, and I think you'll be into it if you're into colony sims. This one does have a lot more than just colony sim stuff. There is battles and strategy and conquering and all of that good stuff as well. So Norland, people have been loving it. It's been going through early access. It might be going through early access for a lot longer. It's considered a good one. And then I am going to mention one that has been coming along for a long while. It's called Clanfolk. Now, this entered early access in the middle of 2022, so it is approaching 4 years in early access, and I have a cutoff. If a game is in early access for more than 4 years, I generally stop listing it unless they announce a 1.0 release date. So this might be the last time I list Clanfolk for a while, but this is a colony sim set in the Scottish Highlands. Visually, it looks really interesting and really nice. It's got its cartoony elements, but also it's got some realistic texturing and styles as well, which I really do appreciate. It's got that RimWorld style building, but with a bit more to it, as you are a clan, so there's like a family tree, you have children, you can marry them off, you can build an inn, you can trade with other clans, you live life and prosper across generations of people as you survive by fishing, gathering, hunting, and farming through the seasons. So you gotta do all your good survival stuff. This is not quite a medieval city builder, but it's a more historically set Scottish kind of setting, which is a nice niche for a colony sim, and it really works with the whole clan idea. There's been a lot added to the game over the years, so of course it's been coming along and people do like it. It's got very positive user reviews, over 90% positive user reviews on Steam. It's just been in early access for a long time, and I don't think we can commit to a particular release window for this. They are planning more updates, like there's release windows for various updates, but not actually a release date for the game itself into full release. So it's going to be in early access for a while. Clan folk, if it's going to stay in early access for much longer, you won't see it on my list moving forward. But when it announces its 1.0 release date, then I could bring it back and say, hey, finally, this is releasing again. What may surprise you is the incredible variety of farming life sims. Farm sims and life simulators and simulation games can just be like The Sims, but they can be like Stardew Valley, but you might be surprised by what kind of games are in this section. So keep watching through this and you might find something that you didn't know that you actually want. I'm gonna begin this section with probably one of the most anticipated life sim games, Witchbrook. This is a Stardew Valley-esque, but it's a magical school where you will be discovering magic and learning how to cast spells in a spellbinding witchy life sim that can be played with up to 4 players. You start your life as a new resident in a seaside city, and you make friends, find love, discover a world filled with wonder and charm. And this has been on people's wish lists for a long time, and I was not gonna really list it again, but they have said that it's supposed to be releasing at least in some form in 2026. That could be exciting for probably most of you. Now, it's got this charming pixel art style, which I know not everyone is a fan of, but I personally really love pixel art, and I think it's executed really well here. If you're into Stardew Valley, and I know there's the 1.7 update for that coming as well, and yes, obviously everyone is waiting for Haunted Chocolatier, but I'm not predicting that to be releasing anytime soon, but maybe it will. But for now, Witchbrook is scheduled for 2026, and that will be probably some people's biggest life sim of the year. Super cute, super charming, where you are tiny. It's 4-Leaf Fields. A cozy farming life sim where it says you are no bigger than a carrot, so you are small and everything around you is big, and you are growing towering crops and dealing with giant bugs, or rather, well, they're giant in comparison, size is relative. You uncover a web of secrets fueled by gossip, and you can play this solo or online with friends. This is where it's another just really nice looking pixel art farming sim that has this... I mean, the gossip system is what really sets us apart. There's a network of hearsay, I guess it is. But this is a farming sim. You've got tools, you've got your inventory, you got what you expect from like a Stardew Valley-esque type game. But this gossip system is like what really is interesting. It's pretty hyped, tons of wish lists have been announced, and you are growing your tiny farm, building relationships, and even growing the town around you. But, you know, you have this giant world filled with secrets, and that could be something that may be a little bit more mysterious or edgy. I don't know, we'll see what the secrets are. Now, playing with friends is great. They are promising up to 4 players right from the start here. So 4-Leaf Fields, it seems like something that a lot of people will be interested in, but there is no particular release window right now. They've been revealing more and hyping it up, so probably something over the next year. For a farming life sim with a bit of an Asian-inspired theme, Halcyon Days at Taoyuan. This is a farming life sim where you can be carefree and live self-sufficiently. You're farming, you're taming animals, raising livestock, fishing of course, and you can build a prosperous homestead. This is all to heal your loneliness. I mean, sometimes we just want to get away, and maybe the cure to loneliness is to be with ourselves a little bit more. There is a village to get to know as well. You meet kindred spirits, you can find love, and you can influence their stories with your choices. This is a pixel art with a bit more of a muted color aesthetic. It's still colorful, but it's a bit more, I don't want to say realistic looking because it is a pixel art, cute looking game. But this one did fully release at the start of 2026 to a good few hundred very positive user reviews, just under 90% positive. So this does look like it's something somewhat different. and does still have a ton of farming and life sim stuff, but with this Asian aesthetic, which we don't see too often. So maybe this would be the twist on the genre that really makes it work for you, maybe not, but Halcyon Days at Taoyuan does seem like an interesting alternative if you're into these kinds of pixel art life sim games. If you like anthropomorphic animals, we've got Everbloom. It's a cute, cozy farming social sim set in a world of whimsy. You grow buckets of popcorn right on the plant, you make chocolate milk by feeding your cows candy bars. This is cutesy nonsense, and that is sometimes what we all need. We all need a bit of cutesy nonsense once in a while. You grow, and you care, and you build, and you decorate, and you explore this world of Everbloom solo by yourself or with friends. You build up your homestead, you tend and befriend 1 to 4 players co-op, and you just become part of this charming world and community. There's crafting and building, fishing, cooking, flower breeding. You can blend seed colors to grow unique flower colors. So that's kind of like real life. All these townsfolk to get to know and find out their stories. There is romance. You can go on dates and stuff, and plenty of customization as well. I think at first glance you probably know if you're gonna be into Everbloom. It's a cool take, really, and maybe it could be something quite special. Maybe. There's no particular release window for this right now, and we're not too sure when it'll release, but it has been announced and revealing a bit more and stuff. But if you look for updates for Everbloom, there hasn't really been anything solid for kind of a couple years. The developers are still communicating on socials, and the game has been featured here and there. So maybe, the initial estimate was to some kind of release in 2025, that's obviously not happened. Maybe Everbloom could be something in 2026, maybe not, but it looks promising if the developer actually gets around to releasing it. There has of course been a ton of hype for Pokemon Pokopia. This is an Animal Crossing kind of game, but it's Pokemon, and it's from Nintendo, so I'm a little cautious about using footage here, and I want to be a little bit careful because Nintendo tends to have some problems with people sharing their games. So, Pokemon Pokopia, I'm gonna be quick. It is generally Animal Crossing, but your character is a Ditto. So you don't craft new tools, you learn new abilities to water plants and take care of the environment and make friends with Pokemon and just grow this little community. It's probably what a lot of people have always wanted. Just saying Animal Crossing but make it Pokemon, and that's pretty much the whole selling point. You have this beautiful home, you replenish this abandoned, dilapidated island, and you attract Pokemon by creating these little sub-environments. You create the environment where the Pokemon would want to live, like if they like tall grass, put lots of tall grass, and then the Pokemon will appear. And there's gonna be so much to do here. I think this is obviously gonna be one of the biggest life sim hits of the year. It's the Nintendo game, it's a Pokemon game, and there's been quite a variety of different types of Pokemon games around recently, officially or even unofficially. But Pokemon Pokopia, I think a lot of people are going to be into it, and it's a 2026 game. A Stardew Valley-like that we've been watching for a while is called Sun-Kissed City, and this is another one of those games where when people first looked at it, it's like, hey, this looks like maybe a bit too much like Stardew Valley, but it's urban because it's a city. This is a life sim set in an upbeat, sun-kissed seaside metropolis, and it's full of, supposed to be, funky vibes, quirky characters, and DIY gardens where you learn skills and you make lifelong friends and bring back to life this city. So instead of replenishing a little rural town, you're replenishing more of an urban area. And that's a cool take to the whole thing. But we have been watching this for a while, and people have, of course, drawn the parallels between this and Stardew Valley. Some of these screenshots straight up look like a slight mod to Stardew Valley. But everything seems to be officially okay. So Sun-Kissed City is going to be an option which is currently planning for a release in 2026. We will see how it goes, because if this is just too much like Stardew Valley, people are just going to go back to Stardew Valley. An urban take on the formula could be cool, I guess, but I will wait to see how this really is on release first. As this is a mega list, I am mentioning some older, more notable games, particularly Traveler's Rest, which is still in early access. It's approaching 6 years in early access, which is quite a long time. Traveler's Rest is one of those life sims where it's kind of a bit like Stardew Valley, but instead of running a farm, you are running a tavern. And you are using all the resources and tools at your disposal to run the best tavern in the realm. You create dishes and drinks, and you do explore this world and meet characters and all of this cool stuff. There's events and crafting and character customization, and of course building up your tavern itself. Collectibles, multiplayer, magic, little bits of magic, furniture, decorations, all of this great stuff. And it's been getting updates and new content over the years, and you just basically run this tavern in a kind of a Tycoon sim approach, but this is more of a life sim. There's a little bit of nature interaction here, not too much on farming, mostly on the tavern, and it's been going for a while now, so I don't think I have to talk about Traveler's Rest too much. It's still going through early access. It's got very positive user reviews on Steam, about 90% positive or just under that, and it's coming along. Then for a farming life sim that looks very impressive, it's just called Mandrake. Here you are a sorceress gardener, where you return to your family's abandoned home, and this is one of those life farming sims, which, again, magical, which I think is a theme that people really enjoy in life sims, just a touch of magic, if not a heavy-handed pour of magic. And here you are going to put down your roots, haha, fish, gather, delve into the wilds, and you make a place for yourself. Now, the main thing about this one is how it looks. It's not a pixel art game. It looks so illustrated and pretty and just really pleasant to look at. And I think that's going to be one of the main selling points of Mandrake. This one is going to all be about horticulture and growing plants and using those plants to craft all your magical charms and everything. But the magic here is not flashy fireballs or anything like that. It's not exciting magic. It's more folkloric whimsy. Now, of course, with any good life sim, there's a bunch of characters to get to know as well. There's a local beekeepers, a village smith, there's a lighthouse and someone's living there. There's all of this really cool, nice stuff. So Mandrake, just looking at it, I think a lot of people will be interested in it. They haven't committed to a release window quite yet, but development has been coming along and with regular updates. So I do predict Mandrake will be playable in some form over the next year. A super cute, charming animal one is called Grimshire. This one recently went into early access and it has really been loved. It's got overwhelmingly positive user reviews at just about 2,000 user reviews at the time of recording, and they're 97% positive. And there is a free demo if you just want to give this a try as well. A deadly plague is threatening the village here, and you gotta manage your farmland, forage for stuff, and you gotta prevent your harvest from rotting away and keeping your cellar full. But you also do have to interact with the community and bringing people together to try and help everyone survive. Of course, there is cultivating and farming and orchard fruit trees and nut trees. You can tame wild critters. You can forage for seeds, flowers, herbs, nuts, roots, and berries. And you can, of course, go fishing as well in the nearby marshes, rivers, and lakes. You do gather materials to construct village projects, which of course is kind of like Stardew Valley fixing the community center, but there seems to be a bit more of a broader construction projects here. And you can dive deep into the mines and extract some veins of ore. Generally speaking, this one does have a darker, charming look to it. It's cute and charming, but there's a overhanging sense of depression around it. And maybe it's because if you don't do your job and work together with the community here, it feels like people aren't going to survive. Well, the anthropomorphic animals won't survive anyway. Well, Grimshire has already proven itself. It's going through early access right now, looking at a full release after 1 to 2 years in early access. So maybe 2026, but maybe 2027 for a full release for Grimshire. Then for a sequel for a pretty established life sim series at this point, My Time at Evershine. So the My Time At series has had My Time at Portia, My Time at Sandrock, and both of those were pretty popular successes. My Time at Evershine continues the life of farming sim, going to a brand new settlement on the fringes of some free cities, and you're gonna be recruiting settlers, building infrastructure, taming the wilds, and leading your people to become a new cornerstone for this kingdom. Now, at first glance, you can probably tell that there's been a bit of a art style change, particularly in terms of the characters, and you may or may not like that, but it's a fresh little twist to the visuals. It does generally look very nice, particularly the environment. It's got a cartoony vibe, but pleasant and interesting to look at. Now, the thing about the My Time life sims is that they're a bit more RPG, a bit more adventure. So they're like adventure or action-adventure life sims kind of stuff. But of course, there's still romances and farming and socializing. This one does also have DIY building to customize your structures and your little village/town thing, and there's multiplayer co-op where you can play with a bunch of other friends as well. With such an acclaimed series getting a new sequel, the main question is, how is this going to be better than the last ones? And also whether you will want to move on from the last ones. This one has been coming along, and they have been going through a kind of an alpha-ish, so we can expect My Time at Evershine to have a bit more of a proper release in the foreseeable future. Plague Alchemist. This is a bit more on the RPG story side of things, and also, you know, the cave stuff from Stardew Valley, the dungeon delving. This focuses a bit more on that side. So a bit less farming sim here, but a bit more RPG, and there is still plenty of life sim stuff. Here, the village that you're in is currently being affected by a spreading plague that's caused by the collapsing boundary between magical and non-magical realms. The barrier between these worlds are becoming thin, and it's up to you to solve it with your alchemy. You will be exploring this world and getting to know the people of it as you try and find ingredients and potions and concoctions that may help you solve this problem. You do have to master the art of alchemy by crafting potions, paste, and elixirs. There's a whole recipe system, and you discover these ingredients and refine them into little vials of maybe useful stuff, maybe not, as you expand your codex and knowledge as you document the world around you. As you learn more about this world, you find out how things work and that you can seal these ley lines. There are 7 elemental dungeons: earth, fire, water, air, body, mind, and spirit. But this isn't Captain Planet. These are bad places. And you need to find fragments hidden in these dungeons that will then solve the environmental puzzle that is this plague. Overall, this does seem like a very interesting take on this pixel art RPG life sim approach, but you'll see a number of these games are very clearly inspired by Stardew Valley and its success, and Plague Alchemist is one of those games. Plague Alchemist's release date is early in 2026 into an early access release where they're planning to stay for around 2 to 4 years, so full release for Plague Alchemist is way down the line, but it will be playable starting in 2026. Then for a side-scrolling farming sim, life sim kind of thing, Dolok Town. This is a cozy pixel art farming sim game set in a post-apocalyptic world where you are building your dream farm in a mysterious wasteland. You do harvest plants, build structures, and of course you're gonna have to uncover the untold stories and mysteries in this kind of just destroyed, dilapidated world. At first glance, this does have a unique art style, not just the in-game theme stuff, the architecture and the designs of things, but actually just how this game looks does look somewhat different from other things. It's got a cutesy anime inspiration to it, but then also it's a very striking set of colors. And it does seem to have a very clear vision of what this game is meant to look like, and the pixel art animations also are smooth and really nice to look at and watch as you explore this pixel art world. Generally though, you are becoming a farmer in this game, building your dream farm/ranch. There is a world to explore with platforming elements. So this is a side-scrolling farming life sim type thing, but it's also a platformer in many ways. And the weather itself is going to be a big challenge because the world has been destroyed. There's scorching heat waves, deadly acid rains, and lightning strikes and more, which will try to put a stop to your farming endeavors. Dolok Town, it's a unique one, and it has actually been going through early access since about the middle of 2025, and it does have overwhelmingly positive user reviews after 1,500 user reviews at about 95% positive. Now, early access was meant to be less than 1 year, so if they roughly stick to their schedule, it will be a 2026 full release for Dolok Town, but we'll see if they can actually stick to that. Now for a farming life sim from a popular viral sensation, Pal World Pal Farm. Now if you don't know, Pal World was a kind of indie approach to the Pokemon series where you are capturing monsters and battling them with other monsters, but it had a bit more of a satirical and almost more violent approach. Maybe more realistic in that way, in terms of how these monsters worked. Now, Pal World and Pokemon have been having their own disputes about things, but Pal World has been charging ahead with its own spin-offs, and now they have announced Pal World Pal Farm, which is a farming life sim with these pals, your creature collecting, but also farming sim game, and it's meant to be fully playable with multiplayer as well. So farming sims, always a popular genre. People can't ever get enough of farming sims. And this is bringing island life, but also pal combat to the farming subgenre. Multiplayer is also a good thing to have in farming sims, so people tend to jump into these together as friends. But overall, Pal World Pal Farm, we haven't seen too much right now. It is an interesting take. And we have to see how the situation develops with Nintendo, if anything happens there. For the most part, it seems Pal World is going full steam ahead, and Pal Farm might be one of the bigger games in the coming year. And then for a game that has been in early access for a little bit, Fields of Mystria. This you probably already know about. This entered early access towards the end of 2024, and they're planning to have a full release in 2026. No specific date yet, but they are working towards it. Now, this is in early access, and at first glance, you might think this is a bit more anime-esque, cutesy type of Stardew Valley type of game, but this has overwhelmingly positive user reviews. 97% positive on Steam after over 20,000 user reviews. And there's a solid player base continuing to play this game as well. Fields of Mystria has been having a pretty successful early access phase, and as it grows towards its full release, this might kind of explode when that happens. There's character customization, farming, fishing, mining, and crafting. You can marry up to 12 different candidates, you know, that relationship life sim stuff. You can raise animals and breed rare color variants. There's magic stuff as you do your farming and adventuring as well. Changing of seasons, plenty of villagers to get to know, enemies to fight. And yeah, it's, I think maybe calling it a more anime cutesy-esque Stardew Valley may be a little bit unfair. It clearly has plenty of its own selling points, but the inspiration is clear. If you are tired of Stardew Valley and looking for a different flavor of this kind of stuff, Fields of Mystria seems to have already proven itself, and because of its success and solid development so far, it does look like it's going to get a full release in 2026. Then for another cartoony, a bit more anime-esque life sim, Star Sand Island. This one, you escape to a nice, pleasant, lovely, peaceful island with a Chinese-inspired culture where you befriend animals, you do fishing, and you explore an enchanted forest. This one is planning for a release in Q1 of 2026, but at the time of recording, there is already a free demo for you to try it. It is very highly wishlisted and people are really anticipating this. In terms of full gameplay, we will have to wait and see what it's like on release, but I know a lot of people are waiting for this. So you are going to be living in harmony with nature. There's a bit of cartoony silliness with the farming, and there's a lot of fishing because it's obviously an island. And you just explore and run around and skateboard even, doing little quests, bonding with the locals. And there is also some combat as you uncover the island's mysteries, as you battle bizarre creatures in some fog-shrouded depths in the ancient ruins. So just a touch of combat tends to add a little bit of edge to these life sims. Even Stardew Valley has them, the mines, you know? But it is typically an optional activity. Mainly in Star Sand Island, you'll be doing some creative building and just chilling, really. If you like the look of it, you can wait for the full release, which will be soon, or try the demo right now for Star Sand Island. With a bit more psychological horror, there's Neverway. Here, you play Fiona. You just quit your dead-end job and you start over on a farm. That sounds familiar, but this isn't the world of Jojako and Maya Lewis. No, no, no. You will be making friends and farming and growing crops and fighting through horrors and paying your debt in a nightmarish life sim RPG. I mean, this is such a weird approach to the farming life sim, but it looks great. The pixel art is from the pixel artist of Celeste, that's why it looks so good. And this is meant to be a slow burn of a horror RPG, and it is a life sim. You can meet or even date 10 plus charming characters in this town. You can farm, fish, craft, and you can build your whole new life on a remote island. But there's also fast-paced combat, and you can customize your playstyle with crafted items and combat abilities. And this is all very much seems like Fiona here is going a bit mad as the horrors creep into your mind. It's a glitchy, techie thriller where you become the immortal herald of a dead god. So a little bit like Stardew Valley, but a little bit not. Neverway has a 2026 release window, so if you're into this particular flavor of life sim plus thriller horror approach, then you can look into this one. For a much more recent reveal, that means we don't know quite too much about it, it's Farming Camp. Here is a pixel art farming life sim, where the premise is this camp is searching for the next best ever tree farmer. So you're going through challenges and tests to try and become the best farmer around. And that's a cool little premise and setup for the story and everything. And it does also make this a bit more on the life sim side of the farming sim, rather than, you know, there's life sims with farming in them. There's life sim farming games, and then there's farming games with some life sim elements. This feels like it's a bit more on the life sim aspect of it, where it's a bit more of you are getting to know these characters and interacting with things, but that's not to say that there isn't farming, because this is a pixel art life farming sim at the end of the day. It's cozy, it's got this charming amount of detail, and again, this does look very cohesive with its art style and visuals. It's nice to see when whatever the quality of the pixel art is, when it all is equally good, it just elevates the whole expression of the style in general. Because this is more of a life sim, there's plenty of mini games and stuff as well, but you will be growing crops, caring for animals, fishing, and there's team competitions as you get to know this lovable cast of characters with their own quirks, stories, and their own farming talents, which will be competing or maybe helping with your own. This one is a single-player game, and Farming Camp looks to be building up to some kind of release, but there's no fixed windows right now. But it was just properly revealed at the beginning of 2026, so it's likely we'll see much more of this later down the line. Now in 2026, upcoming is a game called Trade Tales. This is meant to be a cozy rags to riches life sim where you're building your dream business in a fantasy town. You're going from nothing, where you actually have to forage, farm, craft, trade to just get your footing, and then you start to run your own shops and you can decide what you want to do as you get into relationships and find love and make friends and have all of these choices. So this is kind of a farming sim, a bit of a tycoon sim, but it's mostly a life sim. And as you can see from the aesthetic, it's a pretty anime cartoony vibes to it, which if you're into that, then this might be the approach that you want to go for. There's in-depth character customization, so even though your characters are cutesy, cartoony looking, there's a lot of details that you can customize when it comes to the look of your character. And an interesting point here is that there's actually automation and production, so this is a bit of a factory sim as well, as in when it comes to running your business and your shops, you can set up factories to mass produce goods, and there's conveyor belts and everything. It's a factory sim. This game is trying to do a lot in terms of all of these little subplots and sub-gameplay styles. Usually when it comes to these things, it either meshes everything together, so it's one big, nice, cohesive experience, or it gets a little bit messy and confusing, and it tries to do too much, in which case it accomplishes nothing at all very well. Trade Tales is aiming for a release in 2026, and it'll be interesting to see whether it can actually pull all of these little elements together. And then we've got Grave Seasons. This one is fascinating to me. It's a narrative farming sim with a terrifying twist, which is the promise here. You are running this little farm and doing your life sim stuff, getting to know people and making friends. But someone in the town is a supernatural serial killer. So you farm, you engage in romance, and you investigate your way through the unsettling town of Ashen Ridge. So this little town is being mismanaged because people are disappearing. Mayor Fitch, more like Mayor Bitch, because he definitely isn't doing his job. So it's up to you to save the townsfolk, and it seems unlikely that you'll be able to save many people at all because you have to investigate the murders as kind of part of the core gameplay. But also who you befriend and romance matters because maybe what if you befriend or even fall in love with the murderer? Or the murderer just disappears all your friends. That is a concern in this game. Grave Seasons, we haven't seen too much yet, but it is highly anticipated. They recently said they've crossed 300,000 wish lists. It looks great, it is super hyped, and if it just plays out in a really compelling way, this could be a thriller horror farming life sim that's just really gonna take the cake. Maybe it's yet to be seen whether you'll even survive this endeavor. A fully released one is called Heartopia. This released right at the start of 2026 to mostly positive user reviews at about 70% positive after about 6,000 user reviews on Steam at the time of recording. This is a multiplayer life simulation game, which is supposed to be about creativity, freedom, peace. You get to build your dream home and engage in hobbies. And you can make friends with the town, and of course this is multiplayer, so you can play in this world with your friends. Another anime cutesy cartoony looking life sim, which if you're into it, then this is very much that style. And it's a bit of a farming sim as well. There's gardening, fishing, birding. There's 6 major hobbies, including cooking as well. So this is a bit of a farming sim, bit of a life sim, and building and decorating your house comes with a lot of details and nuances where you can really put things together as you really want it to be. Being this creative expression in a cartoony style, dress up is a big deal here. It's offering 1,000+ daily outfits. You can mix and match casual wear, elegant gowns, whimsical costumes for any occasion to really express your mood that you're feeling today. And there is a pet system as well where you can adopt cats and dogs. Heartopia has gotten a pretty solid start so far, and it is actually massively popular for its launch. In the weeks after its launch, it was floating around over 50,000 concurrent players on Steam. So this is massively popular. As a disclaimer though, there is a bit of AI-generated content here. It's explained on the Steam page specifically what it is, so if you want to know about that, be sure to check that disclaimer. But its huge popularity for its launch Well, will that last for the year and into the future? That remains to be seen. But Heartopia hit the ground running, and maybe it'll be something significant in the future, or it could fizzle out over time. We'll have to wait and see. Then, of course, if we're talking about life sims, there is a simulator, Cowboy Life Simulator. Typically, I'm not too... I don't have much faith in these X-simulator type games, so I tend to wait to see if they're actually got any interest and if they're any kind of good. Cowboy Life Simulator did release into early access towards the end of 2025, and it's got 90% positive user reviews on Steam, so this one seems to be up some people's alleys at least. Cowboy Life Simulator is, of course, a life simulator where you're a cowboy. You're in the frontier, you're doing some ranching, meeting the locals, exploring this orange landscape, and you build your dream ranch in the Wild West, essentially. This being one of those first-person life sims, there is, of course, crafting, some survival elements, combat, and progression of your character's skills and abilities. There are a bunch of characters to meet and mysteries to unfold as you explore this deserty landscape, but mainly you will be building your ranch, doing a light bit of farming, and raising some animals to live your best cowboy life. So when it comes to these simulator games, I will continue to advise caution because the game could go in any kind of direction, and they are not unknown for getting worse over time, but we will see where Cowboy Life Simulator goes. It did just start early access, and they're planning up to 2 years in early access, so we're looking at 2027 for the full release of this game, and with any early access game, it could likely be delayed, particularly simulator games, so maybe even 2028. But for now, Cowboy Life Simulator is playable right now, and 9 out of 10 people who have played it seem to like it. And then for a life sim that we have actually been watching for a while, it's called Moonlight Peaks. This is a vampire life sim with potion making and spell casting, and it's been a number of years that we've actually been watching this, and I've been listing this, and it looks interesting, it looks cool, but again, I was like, oh, this is never gonna release. Well, Moonlight Peaks got a free demo, and it is currently scheduled to release in 2026, so it looks like it's finally getting to where it's meant to be. This is a mythological life sim. There's locals who are werewolves, witches, mermaids, and that kind of stuff, and it is all focused on these slightly dark-ish fantasy aspects. You will be growing crops, of course. You are a vampire, so you can turn yourself into a bat, and you're building your own dream vampire lair. Well, I say lair, it's pretty charming, really. And of course, there's witchcraft to cast spells, and the whole world is filled with supernatural stuff. It's a very purple game, you could say. Like, the whole game does look very purple, but it's a nice little twist on the aesthetics of a life sim. It does retain a lot of charm. A lot of people have been waiting for this one because of how long it's been upcoming, and I've been telling people about it, but it seems like it is at least playable a little bit right now, and some kind of proper release does seem to be on its way for 2026. Then we have a farming life sim that we have been watching for a while, and it is very much hyped and anticipated. It's called The Ranchers. And this, at first glance, looks like an open-world country life sim for 1 to 4 players. You raise animals, you grow crops, you craft machines, and you build your dream house while exploring this gigantic open world, where there are mines and dangerous monsters, and suddenly things look really dark in the deep dark. But maybe you'll just find love and start a family instead. Maybe you could just do that. So this is a life simulation game, farming sim type stuff, where it's kind of a crazier take on the Stardew Valley approach, but at its base you are creating your ranch and developing that and managing this agricultural business, I guess. as you level up your skills and interact and live within this community of people. Now, it all sounds great and exciting, but we have been waiting for this for a while. They do keep revealing more stuff and updating things, but there's no fixed release window. From what they've been showing off, it's been building the hype more and more, and that's why this has become one of the most wanted simulation games on the way. It is feasible for a 2026 release, but through the year, I expect everyone will continue watching The Ranchers to see how it develops, and maybe we'll get something along the lines of a demo or early access release, because this is the kind of game which seems to need to just continue adding more and more stuff, so I would expect this to enter early access first before a full release. With a bit more fantasy, Dragon Shelter. This is a farming sim set in a fantasy world where you are a hero building up your own little farm, but there's dragons. The dragons will be your companions in this world, and they'll help you explore, cook, and live your life with the locals as you restore the farm and you befriend the local townsfolk and explore a wonderful creature-filled world. Now, obviously, the main selling point of this one is taking care of your dragons. You know, you can play with them, you can hang out with them, they can help you with tasks, and all of this stuff is kind of the point of the game. Now, having said all that, there is a free demo that you can try right now. So Dragon Shelter is playable a little bit right now, but they did put a Kickstarter page up which has yet to run at the time of recording, and it may or may not hit its goal, which would determine how the development of this game goes along. But the free demo on Steam did get a handful of user reviews at 96% positive. So the few people who have tried Dragon Shelter, they are loving it. And it will have a Kickstarter, most likely, in 2026. How it goes from there probably depends on how much funding they achieve. So there probably will be some kind of maybe early access release or further demos through 2026. Dragon Shelter is testable right now with a demo, and it will be interesting to see if this one can fulfill all of its draconic dreams. For probably the most horror approach in this section, welcome to Elderfield. This is a spooky farming RPG where you are farming, fishing, mining, cooking, crafting, and befriending townsfolk. But you also do beseech the old gods, investigate creepy mysteries, and you watch unsettling news programs, very much like in Stardew Valley where you watch the TV every day. You do that here, but you also get lost in a dead mall and you can die in your sleep, and there's a lot more to this very, very scary world. This one, I do have to warn you that it seems at least somewhat Junji Ito inspired, because there's even a black and white manga mode where you can play this game with a particular visual filter to make it look more like a horror manga. But I do also have to say that this is one where I left out some footage from the trailer because it is actually maybe a bit too much for those of you looking for darker worlds. So this one is pretty intense. Welcome to Elderfield is not for the faint of heart, and there is also a free demo at the time of recording. So although there's no particular full release date yet, the free demo is available now, and it's kind of an alpha, and you can get into exploring this mysterious open world, dealing with the horrors, or go fishing. Maybe do both. But there is also the Stardew Valley-like stuff where you're giving gifts to complete tasks and befriending the locals. You forage for materials and harvest things. You start a farm and you do actually grow crops and raise animals and process goods. It's just the world is the opposite of Stardew Valley, like maybe intensely so. So welcome to Elderfield. It's definitely got a place in this subgenre, but whether it's for you, see whether it might be too much or just right for your sensibilities. Okay, now for one which had a little bit of contention in the past, Super Zoo Story. When this one was first announced, people did draw a lot of lines between this and Stardew Valley. Nothing particularly was, breaking any rules or anything, but people did say, well, this looks like a zoo take on Stardew Valley? Is it just a Stardew Valley mod or something like that? But a lot of games did spawn from initially being mods or fan creations. Super Zoo Story has been going through development, and it is basically a pixel art life sim RPG where you construct a park and you care for your animals and you basically live your life in Stardew Valley-esque style, but instead of a farm, it's a zoo. And that alone is a thing that sets it apart. And also in recent development updates, the visuals have been changing and updating, getting more of its own identity. There are also dinosaurs and prehistoric creatures that can be added to your zoo. And there's a whole bunch of local characters to get to know and befriend. Now, having said that, this has been coming along for a while now. And it did actually have a Kickstarter that did successfully hit its goal. So it has been developing and coming along. And the current roadmap for release does show that it'll be going into alpha and then beta in the first and second half of 2026. So it will become playable through 2026, and it's looking at a full release in the first half of 2027. Super Zoo Story, it will become playable soon as long as they stick to that schedule, and it'll be building up to full release over the next year. And of course, we are getting Farmers Dynasty 2. This is a farming sim where you can build your dream idyllic farm on a picturesque landscape. You can build structures, you can plant crops, you can take care of livestock, and essentially you are just living your perfect farming life. In Farmers Dynasty 2, you inherit the family farm, as is typically the case in these sorts of games, and you build up from practically nothing into a prosperous, bustling, really well-developed farm. This is a farming sim where you do a lot of the hands-on work yourself, driving tractors, planting crops, harvesting things, but it is also a business. You have to cultivate your fields to make some money, and then you can use that money and expand your farming empire. You can also start a family, and then you care for your descendants, and then you pass on the farm to continue the legacy. So the character you start with isn't the character you're gonna end with, but you will be passing on your farming legacy to the next generation. It's not just your family in this game, you become a part of the local community and you make friends with local NPCs and you help them out where they have needs with some side quests and other social interactions to build up your reputation. So this is basically a farming sim, but they do want to lean into the whole experience of farming life. This sequel is meant to be an expansion and improvement in every way to the original game, but also to note it is going to be releasing into early access in 2026 with a plan for about a year to full release, which if they stick to it, it will be a 2027 full release for Farmers Dynasty 2, but it will be playable in 2026. And then we have a bit of a weird one, which is very interesting, but I'm not fully confident in it quite yet. It's called Hawthorne, and I thought I should share this because there isn't anything quite like this, but that doesn't mean it's gonna be good, but it could fulfill a niche that a lot of people would really be into. This is a life sim where you play an animal in a village of animals. They're anthropomorphic or, well, they're sentient. And you can play co-op or solo as you build this village of memorable NPCs. You farm, you craft, you explore, and you celebrate the seasons in an ever-changing natural world. This is a somewhat realistic-looking animal life sim, and it's supposed to be this small-scale, local, cozy environment for you to just chill and find peaceful solutions to conflicts and problems along your way. Now, having said that, there isn't much like this, probably for a reason, because the games like this, they can end up being quite empty, or, you know, I don't want to predict how Hawthorne will be exactly on release, but games like this have been maybe lacking in excitement in the past. And they're currently planning to release into early access. There's been a bunch of updates and development posts recently. It looks like it could be something. I don't think this could be some kind of mainstream explosive hit, but it's got one of those storybook vibes of all of these animals. So Hawthorne, I'm really interested in seeing how it turns out. I'm not gonna say jump in as soon as it's playable, but you know, maybe if you're interested, keep an eye and we'll see where Hawthorne goes in the future. For kind of a life sim mixing in with business and history, the Guild Europa 1410. Now, the Guild series is this political, trading, social ladder where you found and run a dynasty, and you're trying to secure your legacy and dominate history in an economic simulation. So you're kind of leading a life or multiple lives through your generations of people, but also running a business tycoon type game. So it's a bit hard to classify exactly where the Guild series of games should sit. You are dealing with goods and trade, theft and robbery, politics and intrigue, because of course when you're a merchant guild, people are gonna want to take power away from you. It is supposed to be immersive with how society works in this historical setting, and there is also supposed to be multiplayer in this one, with sessions up to 12 players where you can compete, collaborate, and backstab your way to the top. Now, having said all of this, the Guild series has had its ups and downs, and its previous game, The Guild 3, got middling reviews, about 60% positive on Steam. It's considered just okay at best. So where the Guild Europa 1410 goes really kind of needs to learn its lesson from its previous game, otherwise it could just fall apart and end up with not really all that many players playing it anymore. It's a lesson to be learned, and we will see if THQ Nordic can guide the Guild Europa 1410 to a better success than its previous game. At the time of recording, we haven't seen too much gameplay. We've got some good screenshots and a little bit of video, but we will have to wait and see where this one goes over the next year. Next up, there's Lou's Lagoon. Here, you traverse a limbo archipelago. You're searching for your Uncle Lou, who has disappeared, and you have a seaplane, which you use for a delivery service. So you're exploring islands, you're harvesting resources, you're crafting, and you're completing jobs to grow your delivery business. So there's a lot of sea, there's a lot of sky, and there's a lot of building and crafting. You are exploring these islands and this archipelago, really, trying to find your lost relative, but you know, that's just an end goal. Really, the game is about the journey. Just seeing all of these environments from the sky and then going down and landing and exploring the islands themselves, meeting some characters and customizing your seaplane, it seems like a nice time. So this one obviously is another one of those cartoony kind of life sims, and the seaplane itself I think is the main point here. If the seaplane delivery service is good and fun, then that will set this one apart from most other life sims, and it'll have its own unique selling point. Lou's Lagoon is continuing through development, and we have been getting some big updates recently, so we will see how this delivery service of a life sim comes along in the coming year. For another life sim that we have been waiting on for a while, but this has a release window, Nivalis. This is now finally set for a 2026 release, and it's a cyberpunk business management life sim. You grow your business, you manage restaurants and nightclubs, and you make friends and enemies, but you can also buy and decorate apartments, go fishing, and maybe even find love. But this is a cyberpunk city, so things are a little bit darker than the typical life sim. Visually, this one has always been striking. It really leans into the cyberpunk aesthetic, the lighting, the weather effects, everything. It looks great. And you are meant to be able to explore this city with your own boat, or you can grow your own ingredients to use in your restaurants or ramen stands. And as you live in this cyberpunk city, you discover the stories of the people you meet, you can make friends, your customers have tales to tell as well. And overall, you're just living in a cyberpunk world, which I think a lot of people want to try at least, despite how dystopian it may seem. Nivalis has been super hyped for a long time, and hopefully finally they will be releasing in 2026 according to schedule, and maybe if you find Cyberpunk 2077 a bit too action-packed, Nivalis would be a life sim alternative for you. Okay, now I'm gonna talk about Inzoi. This was supposed to be the Sims killer, supposedly. And, you know, with all the Sims competitors, I was a little bit cautious. I mean, it's interesting to have options and it's nice to have alternatives that we can jump into, but Inzoi had a bit of a interesting, somewhat rocky, but still good start to its early access phase, which began earlier on in 2025. This is a life sim, which does have a much more realistic approach, and it's been getting updates and expansions to its content, and there's a lot you can do in here. Though in terms of popularity, it has done okay. It's holding a couple thousand or a few thousand concurrent players. Though it's not coming close to the Sims numbers, it does have its own fan base, and a lot of people are playing it. Now, people tend to ask me, what does player count matter in a single player game? And generally, player count is the most powerful statistic to see whether a game will continue to get updates and developments and new content, bug fixes, and all of that stuff. Because if everyone stops playing the game, well, the developers and publishers are gonna abandon the game. Because Inzoi has managed to hold on to at least a good few thousand, it is likely to continue its journey through early access. So they were planning to stay in early access for at least a year, which does imply a 2026 full release for the game, though considering how it may not have hit its goals for what this was meant to be, it might continue through early access somewhat longer. Having said that, this is an alternative, and in terms of the Sims competitors, this is still probably the biggest, most successful one. Even though it's not quite coming close to the Sims numbers yet, maybe on full release, it could blow up a little bit bigger. So Inzoi continues through early access. If you don't know about it, this one is still coming along. Recent reviews are over 80% positive, so it does seem to be getting better. And we'll see how Inzoi does building up to full release. Speaking of life sim alternatives, Paralives. That's right, the premier The Sims competition. Now, there's a lot of games that have been trying to take on The Sims, particularly because The Sims itself has just been adding more and more content. It's becoming impossibly expensive to get everything. And they said that they're just not gonna make another sequel. They're not gonna make the next Sims game, so a lot of people are just wanting some other option. And so far, none have really taken hold. Life by You didn't really work out. Even Inzoi, it had a nice start, but the player count just dropped off very quickly. A lot of people talk about Inzoi, and it's just not even coming close to the Sims numbers. Nothing seems to be able to touch The Sims. The next hopeful is Paralives, and that's going into early access, and it will be developing further forward, and it's probably gonna be about 2 years to full release, so it's gonna be a while, but it is super hyped, and it might be able to do it. But when it comes to these competitors to The Sims, you really have to ask the main question, why would anyone play this over The Sims? The Sims has a lot of problems, but that doesn't mean it's not super popular for a reason. So Paralives has its work cut out for itself. None of the other Sims competitors have worked out quite so strongly as expected. And now this is the next option. Of course, it's super hyped. In terms of upcoming simulation games, this one is one of the most anticipated ones. And it just started as a passion project and an indie dev kind of thing, and now it's becoming a real game. And it's going to be available to the public soon, so we will see how Paralives begins its journey in the public eye. And maybe it could do something, but no, I'm not holding out too much hope at this point, but everyone's hoping for something to challenge The Sims. For one that's been in early access for a little bit longer, Critter Cove. An open-world life sim town building game in a cozy post-apocalyptic paradise. Cozy post-apocalypse is actually a whole aesthetic. There's a bunch of games that take this approach. The end of the world happened, and it's just about getting nice again. You are restoring your town, sailing across an archipelago, rescuing animal pals, and you're hunting for relics and farming and fishing and crafting. You know how life sims work. This one does have a free demo, which is nice to have, and it's been going through early access for over a year at this point, and they are planning to release in 2026. So in early access, it's gotten very positive user reviews, about 94% positive. People who have been playing Critic Cove have been loving it through early access. It building up to a full release, well, that's gonna be pretty exciting for people who are into this game. Now, as you build up your island, you are attracting tourists. You're exploring this world to find items and find new exotic foods to plant. And then as your business tourism thing grows, you get to decorate and upgrade your town. And of course, you befriend the locals and do all your creative, fun little life experiences. So Critic Cove, it's been going well through early access. Full release should be in 2026. If you're curious, there's a free demo. Then for one that's been in early access for a little bit longer, Farlands. This is a pixel art life survival sim where you've bought your own planet on the edge of the galaxy. Well, there's not much there, but you're gonna make your life here. Now, this one did enter early access around the middle of 2024, so we are now approaching 2 years in early access, which of course is past their approximate of 1 year in early access. This has been coming along for a long time, but for those who have jumped into the early access, there are very positive user reviews, over 90% positive. Now, this is pixel art, which isn't necessarily the best execution of pixel art that we've seen. It looks okay, though. And it does seem to be a kind of sci-fi Stardew Valley approach to things. That little twist might be enough to set it apart for you. So this one has continued to get updates, although they have been taking longer than expected. As it approaches 0.7 at the moment, that does seem to be getting closer to its full release. It is planning to go to 0.7, 0.8, 0.9, and then 1.0. Just for a note, version numbers don't necessarily build up to 1.0 and release. You can go to 0.9 and then 0.10. That is a possible. There's no standardization with version numbers, but in this case, they are planning to go from 0.9 to 1.0. So this seems to be building up to a full release, and if they continue at this pace, even though it is slower than expected, a full release in 2026 is plausible for Farlands. And then I just want to have a little note on Tiny Life. Now, this is a Sims D-make, which if you don't know what a D-make is, it basically means you take an idea of what an existing game is and then try and make it as if it was made way back in the past. And Tiny Life is like The Sims, like The Sims 1, but even older, like if it was made in 1995 instead, or maybe even earlier. And this is a life sim as you'd expect. You control a set of people in a household, you take care of the daily needs, you build their skills, build a house, forge relationships, all that good stuff. But this one has been coming along for a long time. It entered early access around the middle of 2023. So we are approaching 3 years in early access. And this is by a solo dev. It's gonna take a long time, generally. It's gotten a handful of user reviews on Steam at almost 90% positive, so those who have jumped in do enjoy it. And it is continuing to get updates. A big update happened towards the end of 2025, so it's coming along. And there is a free demo as well, so no pressure on risking anything, jumping in and trying it. Having said that, it will be continuing through early access, which could be a while, could be many years. It's unclear, as solo dev games can just expand forever. But Tiny Life continues along through early access, and I thought I should still share it in case you are interested, since this is a life sim list. On a grand scale, we do have God games. We don't get a lot of these days, but there is still a good handful of them that might be of interest. And there are some risky ones and some promising ones and some that have been in development for a long time. God games, we can't be too picky because there's just not much out there. Let's see if any of these fit the bill. Now, the most notable God game for the year I want to warn you about and also talk about is Masters of Albion. And I know some of you are already rolling your eyes and stuff because this is by 22 Cans, which means this is by Peter Molyneux. And yes, I am fully aware, but just ignoring it is not gonna warn people either. So, if you don't know, Peter Molyneux has a bit of a reputation And Masters of Albion is a black and white inspired spiritual successor to his own game, because he was in charge of black and white. And Peter Molyneux is known for not always fulfilling his promises, and he tends to overpromise in terms of the games he's worked on and not always delivered on all of the expectations that he himself sets. So Masters of Albion is a god game / city builder-ish type of setup, which is very familiar with black and white. And we have been trying to find a new black and white successor for a long time, and Peter Molyneux does say Masters of Albion is supposed to be his redemption story. It seems to be he's putting what remains of his reputation, or rather, he's trying to make Masters of Albion the fix for his reputation. So he really wants this to succeed, but he has earned no faith from any of us. So Masters of Albion could be anything. It could deliver on its promises, it could not, but the warning is there. It's gonna be interesting either way, but if you're gonna jump into this one, know what you're jumping into, know what has been set up. We can hope against hope that Masters of Albion is actually a great game and exactly what everyone is looking for, but no hope has been earned. We will find out soon though. The release date for Masters of Albion has been set for the 22nd of April in 2026. That's just a little bit of ways, and that could of course be delayed as well. And then we will see, for real, what Masters of Albion is and whether it is actually a black and white styled god game that surpasses its inspirations. Kind of a god game, but more of an environmental sim, but I guess you are a god of nature here. It's called Plentiful, and they're calling this a human terrarium. You sculpt the land, you redirect rivers, you grow food, and as you do that, you nurture your tribe and guide your people through the perilous Stone Age. So you're a Stone Age nature god, and you're just kind of think of like an ant farm, but it's humans, and you're just kind of sculpting the environment around them to try and make sure your little humans do the best they can do. There's flowing water simulation, animals and plants, dynamic seasons, natural disasters, a bunch of levels and multiple game modes as well, so this is a bit more of a gamey approach to the god game sim. But this is looking at a release in 2026, and it has a demo you can try right now. So Plentiful, at first glance, it might look like a kind of a indie experiment, but try the free demo if you are intrigued at least, and then you can see if this is one that you want to wait for the release for later in the year. And then I want to talk about a Spore successor that we have talked about for a long time, but it is the premier Spore successor. It's called Elysian Eclipse. This is an indie development that has been coming along for years. Anyone who's seen it is like, yes, this is what I want from a Spore successor. You start out in a cell stage and you build up to a creature stage and then you go into a civilization stage. It's everything that we want, but it is coming along very slowly. You can see its development, it is continuing, it's not abandoned, and if you pay attention to it, there has been some gameplay showcases and stuff, and everyone is really waiting and hoping for Elysian Eclipse to be the Spore successor that we've all been waiting for. However, when this releases is unknown, it could be years more, but if you haven't heard of Elysian Eclipse, then this is definitely one that should be on your radar, but just don't hold your breath for this. I just wanted to mention it again here real quick because it looks like what we want from a Spore successor. It's just, we just, all of us can't wait to see it. Even if it's just a semblance of what we want, it will be interesting because there really isn't much in that space, but we will need to see how Elysian Eclipse continues through the year and could get like a demo or a playtest or something released. Early access is fine, we don't mind, but we'll see how it goes. Next up, a god game-ish / colony builder RTS? What is this? It's called Primordial Empire. This is an indie development with a bit of publisher support, where it is a colony sim on a microscopic level and you're building up your colony and then consuming resources to turn into cells and creatures that you then use to expand, and then you come across rival colonies and then you get into battles with them. So there's some RTS elements as well to it. This does have a free demo that you can check out, and I have played some of the earlier demos. And it is a colony management game, but also it's like cell stage Spore, but also some RTS battle mechanics. And it's just really weird and unique. There's various plant types, mobile cell creatures that you use to take on various tasks. As you grow your colony, you go from building individual structures to building a network of brain power to get to the next levels of things. There's various biomes to explore across different levels, and generally there isn't really much like this, and I'm not sure whether we should call this a god game. I mean, many people would consider it to be one, but if we're getting into the definition of the genre, this might not exactly fit. But vibes-wise, if you like god games, then Primordial Empire is a colony sim that might have some overlap. Give the free demo a try, and then we'll see whether it's one you want to be waiting for. There is a roadmap for a bunch more features. It's taking a little bit of time, but it is at a point where this could be something that releases in the year in some form. A Spore successor type of game, Adapt. Now, you might consider this a god game or something akin to that, but Adapt is an evolution simulation game that we have been watching for a while, and it's been coming along for some time. It began as a passion project, but now it's got a publisher, and it's coming soon to early access, and there is a free demo that you can just try at the time of recording as well, and the demo is being updated, so it's building up to its early access release. In Spore fashion, you create your own little creatures, and you then have to survive and then later thrive in the wilderness. So basically, it's a Spore creature phase simulation type game. Many Spore successors these days tend to take one bit of what Spore was. Maybe it's just a cell stage, or just a creature stage, or just a civilization stage, and they do it like that. And it has been said when asked about Spore, if there were to be a sequel or successor officially, that it would focus more on just one of the phases rather than combining all the phases together into one big game. However, the charm of Spore is that they are all combined into one, so these successors which just focus on a singular phase, it might not have that same magic. Visually also, Adapt does look a bit more on the simpler side compared to the style that we might be familiar with Spore, which attempted to be more realistic. This one does seem a bit more cartoony looking, which may or may not be to your tastes, but I think the focus here is on the creature and species simulations, because you get to play in various playstyles based on your physical characteristics, and plant life also exhibits seasonal behaviors and growth, and there's producing of seeds and fruits and losing leaves and all of this stuff. The environment is as simulated as your own species. There's also visual, audio, and scent cues to keep track of things like a real animal, and it's all hunt or be hunted in a dynamic day-night season cycle, constantly changing world. It does seem to all be coming together as a evolution simulator type game. If you are a fan of Spore, then you probably want to keep an eye on this one. And just in terms of how anticipated this is, a lot of people are waiting for Adapt. Now here's an interesting one that's hard to categorize, Syntopia. Now this one did sponsor us in the past, but not today, and this is a god game on the surface, but you also build a sort of factory automation in the underworld. Now the way this game works is that on the surface you have this city or village where your people are living their lives and going about their day, but when they die, they turn into souls, which then feed into your personal version of hell, where you have to process the sin out of them for them to then be reborn. And you make money doing this. Don't worry about it. But this is your method of making a profit. You're turning a profit by unsinning these people. Though, of course, when they're on the surface, you then put the sin back in. It's a deadly loop. Anyway, Syntopia is an interesting dichotomy of these two gameplay styles, and although half the game is God game, kind of life management, village management up top, the way the souls process through the underworld is very much like a resource to be processed, and you're working with logistics, and it's not a conveyor belt, but these souls do flow through as if they are on a conveyor belt with how you control the roads and the directions and the filtering. So this is a bit hard to parse in terms of where I should put it on this list, but I figured if you are into factory automation sims, this might appeal to you. Or if you're into more life god sims, this is also the border to the next subgenre. So Syntopia, it's planning for a full release in 2026, and it seems like it could be an interesting one. And then for a side-scrolling one called Liftlands. Here, you are a god, and you need followers to follow you, and you build up this colony. So this is a kind of colony sim plus god game, and it's mixing the two genres here to try and create a new approach. I suppose a lot of god games are kind of colony sims, but not quite really. This one does mix in the side-scrolling town building approach, which we have seen in a number of other games recently as well. There's some very popular games with this style. Like, at first glance, you're probably thinking of some game that looks like this. But Liftlands does have its own art style. It is a little bit cartoony. It's a god game. You are lifting up your followers and objects to build and expand and fight and convert or ally with other gods. And you gather faith and build your own divine powers, using strategy to shape your civilization. This one does have a free demo right now that you can try. The demo itself has been getting patched and updated pretty regularly. It seems to be coming along quite well. It's a medieval fantasy setting. There's ritualistic progression. As you get bigger and better follower counts, I guess, you can start really taking control of these Liftlands. Anyway, this is an interesting option to look forward to, and it does mix god game and colony sim, and I'd be interested to see how this one turns out in light of its competition. And then for a game that's been in early access for a few years now, it's called Microcivilization. This is a bit more of a clicker strategy, but a zoomed out look at a civilization where you expand and you construct and you research and you fight and you collect heroes and you make choices between good and evil. So again, pure god games by definition are rare. This one is more of a clicker strategy, but I think there is an overlap for those of you who are into god games. This has been going through early access since the end of 2023, so it is approaching 3 years at this point, and the initial plan to be in early access was for about 1 year. So this has been coming along, and it's way past its release window, but they have recently started their 1.0 beta, and it is now leaving early access at the beginning of 2026. So it's a couple years late, but it is finally releasing into full release. So Microcivilization is now a 2026 game, as it has been confirmed. And it is maybe a bit more of a idle, casual experience, but the overviewing of a civilization does feel very godlike, and I think if you're looking for god sims or god games in general, then Microcivilization should be a consideration. It does have very positive user reviews going through early access, so if you've been waiting for full release, now's the time. Okay, now I do have to talk about Fata Deum, the god sim it calls itself. This is another black and white spiritual successor that entered early access towards the end of 2025, but to mixed reviews, just about 60% positive, which is not terrible, but it didn't quite deliver what people were expecting. It was selling itself as a black and white successor, but if you're gonna be a successor to something, then you have to surpass the expectations of what we already have. And a lot of people really like black and white, 1 and 2. You might have a favorite between the two, but we don't have much like black and white, and this was propping itself up to be a replacement to that, kind of. I'm not quoting them, but it was giving that impression. and it just didn't quite hit the mark, but it is going through early access, so there is time for it to figure stuff out and improve things, and they are planning to be in early access for at least a year, so they are initially planning for a 2026 full release window. With the mixed reviews, this could take some time. There have been multiple patches already. They were fixing the game through the end of 2025. They're gonna keep at it through 2026, it seems. This might turn out to be something fantastic at the end of the day. If you jump in now, do be aware of the mixed reviews. You might want to go through why things are not so well received. Basically, things are a little clunky, the gameplay doesn't feel as impactful as it should be, or it's just not even as much of a god game as it needed to be. Either way, Fata Deum is an option out there, maybe not the biggest success right now, hopefully by the end of the day. Before the last entry, if you've been enjoying this video, give it a like. You can also subscribe for more simulation and strategy. Also, join the Patreon for even more, and if you want to get anything on GOG, use the referral link below to support. Thank you. And reaching further back, stretching my limits for games in early access, but this one is of huge interest: World Box God Simulator. This has been going through early access since the very end of 2021, so it has just crossed 4 years in early access, and that typically is my limit. So I'll mention it one more time here because it has overwhelmingly positive user reviews, over 95% positive. People really enjoy World Box God Simulator, and it even has a solid player base still. So people have been really enjoying this, even though the early access original plan was supposed to be 2 years, and it's now double that. And they're still just plugging away and adding new things to the game, and it's a god simulator. There's a living world with fantasy races and civilizations and a diplomacy system. This kind of feels like Dwarf Fortress, but you're a god. So you're not in charge of an individual colony, you're more in charge of the entire world. And you interact and destroy and create and summon creatures and have giant monsters destroying stuff. It's seemingly a very good time, and the pixel art aesthetic may throw some people off, but it's a World Box God Simulator. The title really says what it is. You float above the world and you watch these civilizations grow, form kingdoms, colonize new lands, sail to continents, war against each other, and watch things rise and fall, the land and the people. But yeah, this one has been coming along for a long time. If you haven't heard of it, then most people already have, and I don't have to go too much into it at this point. This is probably the last time I'm going to mention World Box God Simulator unless they announce a 1.0 release window, so we don't just keep talking about the same games again and again every year. You can check it out, people love it, and it's very much a sandbox simulation god game. There you go, that was a bunch of games and things to think about. What do you think? Which was your favorite? And if there's something else that I should have mentioned, comment down below because people do actually read those and we're always looking for more games. Hope you found this interesting and or useful. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.